Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. This is a 19-part video series showing you how to create Gabi G house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So let's go here and click on new. Let's go to architecture template and then press OK. So we start off at level 1. We're going to add grid lines first. So under architecture, we have grid lines right here, all the way to the right side top portion. So now, from your keyboard, you can type in GR, or you could just click on this icon. So GR, let's add in the grid line in between or in the center of all of this elevation tags. So here I'm going to create a vertical grid line. We could start at below going up because the grid bubble is at the top portion. We can always check the bottom so that we could have the grid bubble as well. But right now, I just want to start off with this. So click below and then click above like so. So once we click that, we want to make sure that this is at 90 degrees. So we're going to fix this, and we could just fix it by typing it 90 degrees right there. So now I'm sure that this is 90 degrees. What we could do afterwards is click on copy. So under modify, once you click this, you will have modify right here on the end of this ribbon, and then you'll be able to click on copy or type in CO. So once you have the CO, so that's copy command, make sure you have multiple check so that we could just type in our dimensions and we'll be able to create all the vertical grid lines. So here I'm gonna select this grid line, and then I'm gonna put it all the way to the right. So by doing this, I'll be able to just type in my numbers and press enter, and then I could just keep on doing that. So here I'm gonna type in 3728.77, or we could just put it at 29. So I'm gonna round this off. And then after that, 1572, and then 1396, and then 2170. So we have our vertical grid lines. We have 1 to 5. Press escape and then escape again. Now we're gonna create our horizontal grid line. So type in GR again, and then make sure to put it in the middle. But right here, what we could do is move this later on in the middle, so we could just estimate it around here. So once we have that, what we could do is we could create it first. So here's the horizontal, press escape and then escape again. If you notice, it creates number 6 because Revit recognized the sequence that you're trying to do. So in order for us to change this to a letter, you will need to click on the grid bubble right here, double click on that, and then just type in A, capital A. And then now what we could do is we could just actually select everything and then just move it right in the middle position so that everything is located properly. You can also use your arrow key in your keyboard once you select them all. And then after that, press escape and then escape again. Select grid line A, CO, multiples multiple is already checked, so once you do it once, it will register, and then it will recognize what you did, and then it will just maintain that multiple checked. So now I'm gonna drag this below, and I'm gonna type in 1870. Next will be 3050. Next will be 1700, 3431. After that, we have 1336, and then we have 2899, and then 5630. So we have all of that ready and added. You can now press escape and then escape multiple times. I'm going to add dimension so that you guys can follow along. So here I'm gonna click on dimension right here. Most of the time it's above here, but I just put it around here so that it's visible. So now you can even type in DI, and then here I'm gonna click on all of this grid lines. So as you can see, we have here, and then we add an overall afterwards. We're gonna do it right here as well. That's why I gave some gap so that we could add in all the dimensions right here on this side only, and then after that an overall. So we have all these dimensions, and you can now press escape and then escape again. Now what you can see is we have some gaps here, and I don't want that too much gap. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select one of the grid line, and as you can see, it create this temporarily dimension that we have a dash line right here. That indicates that once we move this one, it will move all. So I'm gonna do that on here as well. It will move, and I want to centralize everything. So I'm just gonna use my arrow key to just center everything. And also, I know that I'm gonna work on level 1. We're going to have a ground as well right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on all the grid lines right here and check the grid bubble, because we're gonna work on level 1 for sure most of the time. So we want everything to be checked so that once I say something, we don't need to check where the grid line is. So everything will be coordinated properly. So here I have my dimension and I have my grid lines and my grid bubbles all the way around. And then now we will go to our elevation in order for us to add our levels. So here I'm gonna go to our south elevation. You can choose any elevation, but I'll choose my south elevation. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put level 1, and then we could add. So level 1, I'm going to put it at around 400, because we will still have a ground. And then here I'm gonna put 3400, because I want just my level to be 3000. And then again, we could select here and then copy, and then we could add level 3. But here, as you can see, the issue with this is we have no level 3 on our floor plan. That's because there are multiple ways of doing or adding levels. So in this way, you create a copy, and from that copy, there's gonna be another step, which is you need to go to view, and then you need to go to plan views, and then click floor plan, and then you will see the level 3 right there. So you can press OK. So now it creates the level 3, and you will be able to see it in your project browser. And then we have, so I'm gonna undo this, and I'm gonna show you another way. So here you go to architecture, beside the grid lines we have level, so you can type in LL. Once you do that, you'll be able to add your level similar to this. And then the difference between that is this one, it creates the level instantly. And that's actually fast if you're creating a very small level model. But if you're doing multiple levels, I suggest you do the copy command. So it's gonna be a lot faster. So now, once we have our levels, you want to make sure that you stretch this all the way up, because if it's not up, what will happen is if you go to your level 3, those grid lines won't appear. So now if we stretch it again, I'll be able to show you that those levels will appear, or those grid lines will appear. So now let's go back to the south elevation. So here I'm just gonna click on the south, and we're going to add ground level. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on level again, and then here we're going to add the ground level and around 400. So now it's saying level 4. That's because of the sequence Revit recognize. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this, and then I'm going to look for the elbow. So basically there's going to be this zigzag icon, very small sometimes, but once you click that, you'll be able to change and fix so that everything is not overlapping. And also here I'm going to change the name of this to ground. And then would you like to rename corresponding views? I'm gonna say yes, so that it will change here as well. And then here I want to make sure that everything is showing. We could fix this one right here like that, so that we'll be able to have everything once we have the elevation. Once we're doing the sheets, everything will be lined up and will fit onto the sheet. So here we could fix this as well. We could add in dimensions, but we already have dimensions right here under the level, but you can also add dimensions right here, and then an overall. So we fixed the south elevation, but we need to fix all of the elevation. So now let's go to each and every elevation, and we want to pull it up properly. Here it's good enough, but this one needs fixing. So I'm gonna push this one right here, and then I'm going to grab this and pull it down so that it's not overlapping with that information. Let's go to north elevation, and the same thing goes. We need to find the elbow and add that, and then we could pull this one down. And let's not forget the dimensions so that when we're doing the sheet, everything is already included. We don't need to do anything else. So it's very fast to add dimension, as you can see, and then you just need to keep on clicking. And then next will be the west elevation, and looks like everything here is good except for this one. We need to pull this one to the right side so that we have enough space, and here we could just fix this a little bit more. Add the elbow right here, and then pull this one down and to the left, and then let's add the dimension like the others, and then here an overall. You can also add dimensions into the grid lines right here, so it's up to you if you want to add those grid lines. And as you can see, you just need to click on clicking and it will snap onto those. And then here we could just extend it a little bit more, and you could grab this to pull it down and fix your dimensions. Let's go back to level 1, and we want to make sure to add elbows to those ones that you think that will overlap. For example, the E and F looks like from far away it's overlapping, so you can add elbow as well and fix it like so. And then right here as well, fix it, and it will look nice. And then the last thing we're gonna do before we finish the video is to save this. So here I just have the save command. You can control S, and then after that go to the location that you want to save this. I'm gonna name it as MJ House, and then before you click save, what you need to do is click on option, and then in this option it provides you a maximum backup. So the default is 20. If you're medium intermediate, you can put it as 5, and if you're expert, you can put it as 1. So I advise around 5 to 10, just in case that you need to go back to a safe portion and if there's an error occur. So might as well just put it in 5 and then press OK. And then once you do, you just need to save it right here. And then to check the units that we're going to use here, you could type in UN, and then here, this is the project parameters that we have. We're using millimeters because this is a metric template. And then if you want to use imperial, you will need to select a architecture template that is imperial. So using a project template, a proper project template is a must. So you want to make sure you use the proper template on those. So I'm gonna click on OK. And thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up our project. We added the grid lines and levels, and even the dimensions and the setting of our save Revit file. So now we're going to continue working on this. What I'm going to start off is by adding wall. So we're in level 1. I'm going to click on architecture, and then from there I'm going to click on wall. And then here we have basic generic wall 200 millimeters. In newer Revit, we don't have this generic model anymore. So you can choose whatever you want right here, and you can just clean it up. So I'm going to show you how to clean it up. So I'm going to choose, for example, exterior. And what you have to do is click on edit type. And then here we could duplicate this. So here I'm going to put this one. I'm going to name it as all caps exterior wall number 1. And then press OK. And then after that, click on edit. And then here we have our exterior side, and then we have our interior side. The core boundary, structure, and core boundaries, those are the stuff that you cannot delete. So here you'll be able to delete the finish. So here we could just click on delete, and then once we're here at core boundaries, it will be grayed out. Here we're gonna delete this one as well, and then we're just gonna leave it like this. And then for our thickness, I'm going to go with 150. And then with our material, let's add it as gypsum wallboard or anything that is white. So here I'm gonna select gypsum wallboard and then press OK, and then OK. I like to start my project with white materials first. I think it's easier to see, and then I'll be able to set up all the materials in Twinmotion, and sometimes I set it up here as well so that we could differentiate everything. So here I'm gonna press OK, and what you want to see is that your base constraint is level 1 because we're in level 1, and then your top constraint should be on level 2. And if you notice, it's unconnected, and then its unconnected height is 8,000. We could change that. You can change it here, or you can change it right here under properties. So here I'm just going to put it at level 2, and then once I change that and apply here, it will change right here as well. And it's already telling me that wall is center line, and then the chain is checked. So we're ready to add our basic wall exterior. And then here we're gonna start off by going to G1, and then we're going to G2, and then going up to F2, and then F3, going down again to, let's zoom in here, going down here to G, grid line, but we're just going to go all the way to G again. So right here, so this is G3, and then after that all the way to G5. I'm going to show the dimension grid line, and then let's go all the way to C5, going across here up to G3, and then going down again right here, going across the D grid line. So here I'm going to set up how far it will go. I'm just gonna put it at 4,000. So from C3, type in going down to 4,000, and then going across this grid number 2, and then going up to D2, and then we need to go across again to D1, and then going down to G1. So this is our model. This is how it looks like. Obviously, there's more to add. So we're going to create the boundary walls all across here. So press escape and then escape again. Let's click on wall again. We have exterior wall number 1. Let's edit this one and then duplicate. This will be exterior wall number 2. We could add it as exterior wall number 2, and then edit, and then the thickness, let's leave it like that. But the boundary wall, I want it to have a different material. So I'm gonna put in maybe a concrete wall. I'm gonna add it there, going up, apply, OK, and then OK. And then after that, we could add it all throughout our building. So before I connect it to C, let's have it top offset to around negative 1,000, sorry. And then after that, I'm going to click it to C5, going to A5 to A1, and then going back to D1. Press escape, and then we're going to add it here as well. So from G1, going to H1, going across to H5, and going to G5. So basically, we're just cleaning this up, closing it off. I want to see it into my 3D, so I'm going to select 3D, and it will look like this. Another way of differentiating everything is whatever the material that we add here. So this material is concrete aerated. We could split this off, and then we could add that one right here, so that once we're in the modeling stage, it will look different. And also I want to point out that we're going to basically put this one lower. Actually, we could put it right now. So I'm gonna select this. So everything is selected. So as you can see, everything will be selected. We could select all of this by using this one, window, and then instead of the base constraint, we want level 1, we want to put it to ground. So we're just extending this. And then for the interior wall, we could just set it up at level 1. So basically, we're thinking ahead right now, and then adding those kind of parameters right now. So now, next thing we're gonna do is our interior wall. So create wall, and then here we could put exterior wall number 1, edit type, and then let's duplicate that, because I want it to be based on exterior wall number 1, but I forgot to rename it. I want it to be interior wall 1, and then the same parameters, same materials, thickness, and those kind of stuff. So press OK and then OK again. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall. I want it to be level 1 to level 2, but without the offset. You want to make sure to clean that up. That's the parameter that we created for the border wall. So here I could just add my exterior wall or interior wall right here all the way there. I just want a separation because this will be our stairs, and then we're going to have basically a small powder room right here. So we could have this one around 2200, and then press escape, press enter. You basically want to select this one, and then you add the dimension right here, and it will move to that dimension. If you select this one, it will move below or going down. After that, what we could do is, so what my plan is that we will have kitchen will be right here, and then the dining, and then we have the living room slash family room right here. So now what we're gonna do is we could set up, or we could add our furnitures in order for us to visualize everything. So I'm gonna add in first the dining. So let's go to insert, load family, and then we have furnitures right here, and then we have tables, and then right here we have something that looks like this, table dining. Click on open, and then once you insert it, you can type in CM, and then you'll be able to place your family right there. But I want to increase the size, or I want to edit a family. So what you need to do is select this one. This one are all the preset or preloaded dimensions that they have. But what if you want to increase it more, or you want to edit it? So here you edit type. You need to duplicate. You put all the names. So I'm just gonna put dining table, and then we have things like right here. You have the height, length, and then width. For me, I want the width to be around 2000, and then the length, and then the width is around 1000. I'm gonna check it first, and if I'm happy with how it looks, I'll be able to just put it in place by using my arrow key, and then go back to edit type, and then let's see how it looks. The materials you'll be able to set as well. If you want to change the look, you could add different extrusion right here if you want to edit your family. So it's basically easy to edit families as long as you understand what to change and what not to do. So here for us, the only thing that I want to do is to change the dimensions. The materials, you can change it here as well. So now go back to insert, and then load family. We're gonna go and add our seating or seat. So let's use this one, share browser. Click on open, and then type in CM, and let's add that one right here. Usually I add it on one side first, and then you use your space bar to change your orientation. So I'm gonna add it right there. And then once you do that, you select everything and then click on pick mirror axis. If you have something that you can select that is the midpoint, luckily we have it right here. If you don't, you can select it again, and then you could use the mirror draw axis and then look for the midpoint. So those are the things that the two ways of you can add those, or you can use the mirror. So here I'm just gonna move it right here because I want to add something like a storage right here. So a china cabinet or something like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on load family, and we have some storage right here, and I'm gonna choose one of this one. We have a dresser, and then we have some shelving. So I'm gonna represent a china cabinet with a shelving. So I'm gonna click OK, and then I'm going to type in CM and then space bar, and then we'll be able to add it right here. And of course we're going to increase it. So let's edit type again, and then here we could just duplicate and then add shelving. And then here what we could do is we could estimate the sizing right here that we're going to add. So height, let's leave it around 2500 because we have 3000. And then width, we could do around 2000, and then the depth 250, or make it 300. Yeah, 250 only. Click on OK, and then we have something that looks like this, and we could just move it around like that. Here I saw the credenza earlier. I want to add the credenza right here. So I'm gonna load family and then put in the credenza. Click on open, CM, and add it right here. I want to align it at the back, so AL, align it all the way to the wall. And then here we could basically get the proper dimension right here, 1722. So I'm gonna select that, edit 1722. So but this is the original, so we shouldn't do that. We always need to duplicate. That's the proper way of doing it. One 722, I believe, and then we could align it right there, so that looks nicer. And then we will have the door right about right here. And then obviously this is not all walls. We will add windows right here all the way, so it will look really nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start adding the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to add a door. So let's go to insert, load family again, and then let's go and look for the door. Here we'll be able to add in different kinds of door. I'm going to go to residential, and let's add this one for the main door. But as you can see, what we could do is a double door right here. I'm going to click open, and I'm going to add the smallest that they have, and then 2000 is the height that I want. So 1500 is the width, and then height is 2000. I'm gonna press OK, and then once I add it, you type in DR, because under architecture, door is a system family. So here you type in DR, and you'll be able to add the door. If you notice, it's too big for this one. So what I'm gonna do is, let me flip this going inside right here, but let's edit this type, and then let's duplicate this. I'll probably want it to be around 1300 to give it more space, and then here the width 1300, and there you go. You added, or you edited, a family again, and then go back to insert, load family, and I want to add the one for interior. So we have different kinds right here. So interior doors, and I want it to look like this. So click on open. What I do here is I highlight everything. So I select one, go down, and then hold on shift, select the bottom, and then press OK. And then it's just saying that there's a lot of things that you want to load on under that family. You just want to say, yes, I want to load them all. And then after that, DR, because it's a system family. And then here, this is the smallest that they have. What you need to do is go to the drop down, and then select around 700, and then we're gonna maintain the 2000 millimeters height. So here I'm gonna add it right about here, and we're also going to add the toilet. So here, let's go to load family, go back here into the main, and then look for plumbing. Once you have that, go to architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet, we have commercial, and then domestic. I'm just going to use the 2D. We don't need to show it as a 3D. So I'm just going to click open, CM on that, and then let's add it right about here. We have enough space, and then we need to have space for our sink right here. So let's load family, go back here. We have different kinds of sink. So I'm gonna choose the round vanity sink, and then press OK, and then CM on that, and let's add the basin right here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change this to probably 650 by 2000. To make it a little bit small, and let's put it right there on that side, and we could just add right here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on annotate detailed line. We have our thin lines right here, and I'm just going to add a line to represent. I'm just going to add the line to represent the table right there. And then there you go. You can also, if you want, move this one right here, and you will have enough space to go by. And we could just even push this one right here so that it's not too much on that side. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the curtain wall. I think it's easier for us to see where the windows will be added. So what I'm gonna do is go to architecture, click on wall, and then go to drop down. You want to select curtain wall, and here what we're gonna do is we're going to add curtain wall all around here, but we need to click on spacebar in order for us to go from the interior to from the exterior to the interior, because we want the glass to be on this side. After that, I'm going to add here as well. I want to make sure that it doesn't snap on there, so I can push this one back like so. I always wants to put caps for the support because it's not all the way windows. And then just similar to that, but here we could actually push it all the way onto this side. And then here as well, CS, push this all the way right here. And then here it snaps there, so we just need to pull it a little bit. And then actually on this side we could add in the folding to sliding door, or the sliding door itself, the folding or the sliding door. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to actually delete it there. We have a door family for that, so it's easier to just add. So I'm just gonna add it later on. Here I'm going to add more, so I'm gonna add it right here, and also for the stairs. So I want my stairs to be shown like that. And then here, of course, we need curtain wall as well on this side, and then on this side. Maybe on this side we don't need to add anymore, only on the front, because I want this way to have some privacy right here when you're entering. So now in order for us to show this, we need to click on modify. Those errors are saying that it's not shown because it's inside the wall. So if we check here, you won't be able to see the curtain wall or the windows. So what you need to do is you can go to modify and then cut geometry. You can do this on level 1 or on 3D view. So you need to select the wall first and then the curtain wall, and it will cut it. Wall and then curtain wall. You can also do it right here, and then click wall and then curtain wall. So now you just need to go around and cut all those geometry, and there you go. That looks good. And then now what we need to do is, let's go to 3D. I want to set the height. So usually the set of heights, you select here and then you put it onto the proper height. This one I'm gonna, because our height is, wall height is 3000 from levels 1 to level 2. So that 3000, at the same time, we will have a floor. So that 3000 will minus 200. So I'm trying to at least remove negative 600 at least. And then from here, I want to pull it up a little bit. This one should be base offset around 250. And that will apply on all except on this one. So now I could align AL and then align all the top portion. Right there. So now it's negative 600, so 2400 is the height of the window. And then here, because this is a washroom, we need to pull it up all the way. So only on this side is looking like that. And then here, AL, pull it up similar to all of them. And then don't forget this one. Even though there's a credenza there, that's fine, because that's credenza is for the design, and that will look really good. And then we still need to create the floor so that it doesn't look like it's floating around. So let's actually do that now. So let's go back to level 1, and then after that let's go to architecture and then floor, and then edit this type, duplicate, and then we could put in floor number 1, and then press OK, edit, make the thickness to 200, and then here what we could put is a stone material. So I'm gonna put in stone. Let's use this fill stone, apply, OK, and then OK. I'm going to add the floors into all of this except for the kitchen, because I want the kitchen to have a different material. So after that, let's click on pick lines. So I'm going to pick it from the interior wall. So I want it to be all around this. And then this one should be all the way right here. I'm gonna cut it there. And then here we could just do it all around here. And then we should just trim this one first. Trim and extend. And then here, pick line again. We could just go around here. And then TR, trim and extend on all of them. Right here, every corner. There we go. We cut it off right here. And then if there's an error, Revit will let you know anyway. So let's just click on finish and let's look at it at 3D on how it looks. We could change this to fine, and then here We could put shaded part so that we could see properly. So now that's looking good. I just added right here on this side just because I know. So it looks like I shouldn't do that because it's overlapping. So I'm going to edit the boundary, delete this, and then delete this ones as well. And then I'm just going to trim and extend right here. And let's see how it looks, because I was afraid that it won't see here this one. So at least we have a floor there. It's actually the cutout of the door. So it's actually not a floor, it's floor. So I'm happy with that. And then let's add in another one. So click on floor, edit, duplicate, and then here we just need to change this material to another stone material. So I'm gonna use this one, granite, and then after that let's just use rectangle and click on that. So now we have different kinds of flooring. So there's two right here. We could even extend this one later on if we do, because I want to add maybe because I want to have probably an L-shape kitchen. So if I do the L-shaped kitchen, what will happen is I will need to pull this one back right here. We have an L shape, plus we have the bar top right here, or an island right here. So we could probably do that, and then so that it looks different. So for now, let's leave it like that. So for the folding door, you will need to go to part 1 description of this series, and it will be the second link that I'm gonna add. Here we have a parametric folding door. You can download that, or you can download all of this, because everything is basically given. Show in folder, and then just drag and drop right here. Right now it's too big, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add it here for now, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the width or the length. So here I'm going to external offset 0, and then here let's do width is around 4500. This is still big, too big. We could have this one around 3000 for now. In terms of height, around 2400. And then the number of panels, we could put this one at probably 4. Press OK, and then you could basically select that and then pick new host. And I want it to be going around like that. And if we see it in 3D, it will look like that. It looks really nice, and it's the same height as that. We could flip it on this side if we want to. So I'm gonna flip it. So now it looks like that. So around 4, we could even put it as 6 if we want to, but I think it's not good enough. Or we could put it at 2 each, and it will flip like that, but there's an error right here. So I'll probably just put it on one side. So 0 here, and then let's see how it looks for 6. 6 is looking good as well. So I'm probably going to leave it like that. It looks good. It looks proper. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, and that's good enough for me. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add doors in even floors and our curtain wall, which we refer as a window. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and as you can see, we will add in some mullions. But before we add the mullions, we need to create the curtain grids first, where the mullions will be attached. So before we do that, one thing I want to do first is to add in more furniture. So here we could add in our seating here. So let's go to insert again, load family, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna look for furniture and then seating, and then let's look for our sofa. And one thing that I want to use is this sofa corbu. And then after you load, CM, and then spacebar to change orientation. And then press escape multiple times. And then as you can see, it's not good enough size for this one. So we're gonna edit this one. So edit type, duplicate. Let's just call it sofa number 2. And then let's extend it. So let's make it wider. I'm thinking of probably around 2500. And then instead of the depth like that, I'm gonna put it at 600, and then press OK. And as you can see, it's good enough size for this one. So what I'm gonna do next is actually going to make it short. I want some spacing here because we're going to add in some TV station right here. So right now I'm gonna edit this one and then just change this width to around 2600, and I believe that's good enough size. We could move it a little bit on this side, and we could add in our entertainment system or TV station right here. So as you can see, we have our sofa right here. We also need our something right here as well. But before we do that, let's load in our coffee table. So load family, go back here, and then we have some tables, and then we have coffee table right here. Click open, CM, and then add it in the middle. This one has 3 kinds of preset. So they have this kind of preset already, but as you can see, it's too the depth is too wide. So what I'm gonna do is edit and then duplicate this. I'm just going to call it coffee table. And then after that, with the width, I'm going to put it at 800. And then in terms of length, I think I like this length. That's good enough for me. And then after that, we're going to add in a section. This section is in order for us to see this wall right here. So we're going to move it a little bit forward so that we don't see anything of the coffee table. And then you could just double click here. This one, if you select this section, it will give you the view range. So this is the range that you can adjust by dragging the arrow. For now, this is good enough. If we double click here, you'll be able to see the wall that you have right here. And then we're going to have it probably, I'm just looking at it, I want it from here to probably right here, so around 3850. So go back to section, and then here what we're gonna do is we're going to add in, so go back to architecture, component drop down, and then click on model in place. Here we're going to select generic model, press OK, and then OK again. And then here we're going to create an extrusion first. We need to pick a plane, which is this wall. And then here we're going to select rectangle, and we want to make sure that we have the wall or the height of this wall to be exactly 2800. The reason for 2800 is because of the floor that we're going to add on the second level 2. So once we add the floor there, it will take out the 200 right here. So that's why we're having this height only. And then the length, right here we have the length, we want it to be, I think, 3850. And then so select, press escape, select this one, we want it 3850. And then I want the extrusion to be at least 5. This is only for the back wall of this. And then in terms of material, I'm going to set it up as one of the, we could use this one for now. Apply, OK, and then OK. So now it's kind of boring for now, but we're going to add on those. So here I'm just gonna double check the width that I want. This one 3850, so that's correct. So now we're gonna add in more detail. What I'm thinking of is adding some paneling, and then we could add another, the one that it will attach to. So here I'm gonna pick a plane, I'm gonna choose this plane, and then I'm going to attach this one right here. I want some shelvings right here on this side, so I'm just giving it some space. Here I want the extrusion to be at least around 50, and then I want this to be somewhat a stone finish. So I'm gonna add this one, cut rough, graphite, and then click on finish. If we want to see it better, you can just select this one and then choose this view section box. So as you can see, it will create a section under 3D, and you'll be able to view what we're trying to do. So we could extend this one and like that. So now we will see everything that we're creating right here. I'm probably going to pull it up a little bit because I want a shelving right here and a shelving right here. So let's create those shelvings. So go back to section, and then here I want to create, so this one I'm going to edit in place again, extrusion, pick a plane, and then I'm going to choose this plane. This one I want to create another one, but I want it to be a different material. So I'm going to choose wood material. So I'm going to use ash, apply OK, and then here probably around 200. So around maybe 400. I want to create a rectangle going right here, and then I'm going to align it onto this wall. So, and then we're going to create pick line. I'm going to offset this to 25, and we want it from the inside. And then we're going to trim. We could actually use rectangle and then just create an offset from that, but for some reason I didn't do that. So we need to trim this out. And then now we're going to add some shelvings right here as well. For this part, I'm going to do this first. So shelvings, I'm going to select that and then create some shelvings right there. I'm going to select that, offset this to 25 again, so 1 inch, and then here CO, and then CO again, and then make sure to check multiple, and then grab it from the top corner right there so that we are consistent with this one. So here I just want to point out this is around 520, so around 500, and then SL to split element. So let's add those right there. And then TR, trim and extend all of those. And we just need to be patient regarding this because it's repetitive, and you just need to be patient regarding that. So, and then after that, click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So with that sense, it looks really nice. We have something like this on this corner, and then we're going to have a shelvings right here. So same thing, create an extrusion, pick a plane, let's select right here, and then let's create this case first. I'm going to align it right here, AL, align it right here. I'm going to change the extrusion to at least 380, and then same ash, and then after that I want to have, so actually I want to have an opening right here, so create an opening right here. So select this. I want it to be 25 to be consistent with all that we're doing. And then here 25. And then click finish. And then after that, create another one. This is extrusion. Pick a plane, select this. And then here we put 20. And then this will be some sort of something right here that we could do. And then here, and then we could change this to 25 to be consistent. And then here select this and then move this temporary dimension to 25 right here. And then after that, click finish and look at it at 3D and see how it looks, and it's flush all the way right here. So that looks good. I'm happy with what we're doing here and what it looks like. We're just going to add a backing here because I don't want our backing to look the same similar right here and this similar right there. So I'm just going to create an extrusion again and then pick a plane, which is this wall, and then here just 5, not 50, just 5, and then it's just a backing right here. Click on finish, and I'm happy with what we have done there. We have a backing there now that is same material. So once we're in Twinmotion, once we add the material, it will look like that as well. So what I like to do is add some neon lights around, so LED lights, and then right here at the bottom, right here below there, and all the shelvings as well. So we're going to add something like that there. And then we could add in the TV right here. And then maybe something on this side so that it looks nice and different. So maybe some sort of design. So what I'm thinking of is going to level 1 and then create that design right here. So I'm gonna use an extrusion. It basically sets itself to work plane level 1, so on the ground level, so we don't need to change that. And then here I'm gonna use rectangle, and then maybe just put it like that, and then we could basically add some sort of this design there. Remove this, and then we could do is copy it from that corner multiple times. I know there's a faster way of doing this, but I just want to do it like this so that I am more aggressive. And then here what we're gonna do is probably delete this one, this part right there, and then we could just select all of this and then move it in the middle right there. So roughly in the middle, SL on this. So we're just going to create that separation so that when we trim it, it won't lose it. After that, TR, trim and extend. And then you just need to check everything. And let's see how it looks. And then we're gonna extrude this all the way to 2800 because that's at the height of that. So click on finish and then look at it at 3D and it will look like that. I'm thinking of putting it in the same one, same materials, or we're gonna change it, maybe a different wood material. I think it will look nice in a different material, so let's use Douglas fir just to change it up. So now click on finish. That's look nice. So the good thing about this is that an in-place model, you can basically change it quickly. So if you want this one to be lessened, you want it to be higher, you can instantly just grab all of this arrows and then you'll be able to change instantly. So I'm just gonna undo that so that we don't change it. I'll probably just insert the TV. So let's insert the TV. Let's go to insert, load family, and then just go back here, select the TV screen, click open, and then let's add it from this side, CM. And then obviously we have it right there. And then let's go to section in order for us to see how it looks. Obviously it's not good yet. We could make it bigger. We could edit this and then duplicate, put it TV, press OK, and then we could make it larger, remove this one. If we edit the TV, we could remove this one right here and then load it. Make sure not to save it because it will save on the location of the TV, the original. So just put it no, but you need to click on override existing version and parameters. Once you do that, you don't touch the original, but you only touch your copy. And then here, we're probably going to change. Actually, we should have just unchecked this one. I think it's the same thing. Haven't seen it yet, but it's probably the same thing. So you could just try and use uncheck this one. I think the graphics will remove the stand. Here the diagonal, the thickness, let's put it at 50. Let's see how it looks on 50. And then here the diagonal distance, we have 1270 right now. Let's see if it goes to 2500. For the 2500, I know it's too big for the space, so let's edit this one again to 2300. I think that's good enough size, and we'll be able to just see it from here. So that looks really good. And then we could just lower it a little bit more so that the separation of this one to that one. So what I'm gonna do now is just click on save, and then let's finish it up on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the entertainment center right here. We could go to section again and 3D to see how it looks. And this is actually not yet finished, as we can add in the lights around this. So what I'm gonna do first is go to architecture, another model in place. What we could do is just select this one, edit in place, because it's the same idea anyway. So what we're gonna do is click on sweep and pick path, and then this one we could just select this one right here. Or better yet, instead of the sweep, we can create an extrusion, and I'm not sure if this will work, but I believe we could add in an extrusion right here, set, and then here what I'm gonna do is set this one on this plane, and then here in section, once we create that plane, we could go to 3D actually, and then what I'm gonna do is we're going to create this now by using this. And then this one, we're going to extrude it at 5, and then we're going to change this to neon, or we could search for light, and then look for this glass white highlighted luminance. So click apply, OK, and then go to section in order to see it better, and then click on finish. And then before you click on finish again, we could copy this one, because this one is something we could add in multiple areas right here. And then click finish, and I just want to see how it looks. I just want to double check if we create a backing for this one as well, because I remember we did add backing for this, so I believe we need to add that first. So I'm gonna undo what I did, because that's irrelevant now. I'm gonna delete that, discard extrusion, and instead I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna create, pick, and then select this one. So it looks like we haven't added the back for this one. So I'm just gonna highlight all of this and then create, then ash 5. So that's the thing that I forgot to do. And then now let's do an extrusion again, but with that backing right there. So I'm gonna select, set this one, pick a plane, select that, and then another extrusion similar to what we did, make it rectangle, and then align it right here. And then this one is 5, and then this is 5. Change this to lights, and then pull it upwards, apply, OK, and then click on finish. And then now we'll be able to add this one in multiple location right here, similar to what we did earlier. We just forgot about the background there. This one, and then we could add it right here, and we could actually increase it more like that. And then because this back is different from this, we need to create another one. Same thing, same idea, another extrusion. We can set this one, pick a plane, and then set this one right here now. And then here we could just create the same idea from the bottom. Select that to change it to 5, and then click finish. And then right here we're going to change the one at the back right here. So another create extrusion, set, and then let's add it. Pick this one first, and then add this rectangle. So there's multiple ways of doing this. I just chose to do an extrusion because I know the location of those ones. So now let's look at it at 3D, and you can see that it's right there. It will be illuminated once we're in Twinmotion, and we have everything else. So it will look nice. We will add books right here, some decoration so that it will look lively right here. And then we could place our rug in Twinmotion right here as well. So I believe we're done with this one. What we could do now is we could close this 3D. In terms of section, I believe we're done with this one as well. Section done, and we have enough space to go around here. Next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm going to probably add the flooring for this area. Probably add the stairs in the front, and then this will be grassed, and then this will be where the carport is. So we have one carport, grass, and then this will be a pathway because we have the gate right here. So we're still gonna work on the gate as well. So now what we could do is we need to go to ground floor, and then we're gonna add our flooring right here. So go back to architecture, click on floor, and then we need to edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. Press OK, and then OK. Before we do that, let's actually set the materials first. So I'm gonna edit this, and then here I'm going to change this to something grass first, and then pull it up, apply, OK, and then OK, and then click on rectangle, and we're just going to select this one right here and going around. So once we set that, I'm going to align it on this one because we're going to have a floor right here. Maybe the flooring is a concrete, and that concrete we're gonna create a stairs, but we're not gonna use the typical stairs. We're gonna model in place a stairs. I think it's easier to do than creating a stairs, but we're gonna create our stairs using a typical process right here. I just want my stairs to be different on this side. So now let's go back to architecture, click on floor, edit. We're going to add another floor, duplicate this. This will be number 4, and we need to remember the concrete that we're gonna use here. So concrete, and then we could use maybe broom finish so that it's easier to copy and easy to remember. So I'm gonna Control A and then Control C so that I could copy that later on, because this one is easy to do. So we're just going to create something like this, and then what we're gonna do is going to pick line right here and then right here, and then once we're done, TR, trim and extend right here, and then trim and extend right here. So now our flooring there is good. Let's go to ground back and then 3D, and then here we need to undo our section box by going and checking the section, and then here, as you can see, we have something that looks like this. What I'm gonna do now is to add the stairs around this side, and I'm gonna do that by using section, and then I'm gonna place this section right here and then double click. With this sense, I know the height of the door. So we have the height of the door and then the ground floor. And then we have the exterior wall. So now I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture, component, model in place, and then generic model right here. And then what we're gonna do is create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna use this wall as my plane. And then here we're going to change this one to, so you can actually just select this, Control A and then Control V, and then click apply. So now I'm gonna create the rectangle. So here I could select this one up to this wall, so I know how long it is. And then here I'm going to create my steps, and then I'm just going to do it like this. So probably this one is around, because we have 400, so 200 each. So actually not 200 each, that will be 150. And then here I'm just going to set it right here, 150 as well. So now we have good enough height. And then here I'm going to force it to be placed right here, because we have enough room for this. And that's good enough. I think that looks good. TR, trim and extend right there, and then trim and extend right here. And I want to double check how I did, but some things, we have a big landing and then we have a landing right here. So 2 steps and then landing here, another step. I think that's good enough. We could extrude this 200 and then we're gonna place it, we're gonna go to 3D and then extrude it from here to the correct wall. You can also do is AL, align it from this face up to this face. So those are easy way to align it. So now it looks like a good entrance. We'll be able to have this one a good landing right here, another landing here, and then we have the steps there. So it's a good entrance. So click on finish and we're good with the stairs on this side. Let's go back to level 1. And then I'm thinking of adding probably the curtain grid. So now let's go to 3D view, and then here we're going to add our curtain grid. So let's go just add curtain grid right here. Click on that. What I usually do just to make it simple is just adding it in the midpoint. So I look for the midpoint. It usually snaps. So right now it snaps in the midpoint of the curtain panel, and as you can see, it will let you know as well. So here, midpoint, and then once you do get it, it will look like that. What I also want to do, actually, I want to undo this. I want a different look. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a 300 and then 300 again, 300 right here, and then 300 on the bottom. And then maybe I'm gonna create a section in front so that I could see it better. You can flip this one right here, and you want to make sure that the view range is cutting through it. So now I have this. So the issue with this now is we cannot basically add this one right here. So what I'm gonna do is click on curtain grid, and then what I'm gonna do is one segment, and then this segment is probably around 100 from here, and then 100 again, and then 100 from here, going around. And then I'm going to create the middle with one segment. And I forgot that I need to create this segment first before I do this. So curtain grid, one segment, and let's do 100 right here. And then after that, one segment again in the middle right here, and then middle. So I'm just doing this just to see how it looks. I'm not sure how it will look though, but once we add in the mullion, we'll see how everything looks. So 50 by 65 is what I'm gonna use. I'm gonna click on all grid and then select that. And then in 3D view, it will look something that looks like this. Something different, but I'm just gonna do it on this side, and then everything else is standard. For the glass, here in the stairs, I want to actually push it all the way up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna leave it like this, knowing that I'm gonna push this up because we're going to set the second floor as well. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. Here, this one, I'm going to just add the curtain grid, the mullion, and then all. So I'm just gonna make it simple for that side. Going back here, in this one, we could add in the curtain grid. So I press escape, curtain grid, and then here we're going to get the midpoint right here. Rotate, and then midpoint again, and then here you want to go midpoint, or here we could do third. So here I'm doing the third, and it snaps as well. And then here midpoint on all of them. And then once you're done, press escape again, and then click on mullion, all grid, and then simply just select all of those. And as you can see, we have our mullions right there. And just double check and see how it looks. I just changed this one to different look just to differentiate one of the looks there. And then here we're just gonna leave it like that, and this one looks really nice. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the entertainment center, and then we added the stairs right here, and then the floorings for the grass, and then the carport right here. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to accomplish in this video is to finish off the one for the backyard. What I want to do is go back to level 1, and like I said, I probably will need to delete some part right here. It's because I want to add in or I want to move this one to make it smaller, because I want basically an L shape kitchen right here. So I'm gonna delete this so it's easier for me to just add. I'm going to select this one, CS, and it will maintain um, the height and then the distance from here. So that's why it's easier to just set one first and then do the others. So I'm gonna cut this one right here, and I want to make sure to make this one L, because we're planning to add in more of the kitchen parts right here. So after that, I'm gonna go to 3D, and then as you can see, it maintains the uh, parameters that we set right here. So now what we're gonna do is go back to architecture, click on curtain grid, and then we're just going to select that one, and then add in the mullion all grid, and then simply add it like that. So once you're happy and once you set this up, I'll probably add um, the laundry right here. So this is where the location of the laundry will be, but it's only be going to be accessible from the outside. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create an extrusion wall. I'm going to go to ground floor and then CS on this, and I'm going to add a wall right here. So it's around, let's make it around 2600 and then 1400. So around 2600 from here, and then this will be around 1400 for this. So just more than enough space for the laundry. And then if we check this one, it will look like this. So what I'm planning to do is to extend this one all the way right here, and then here this wall will be extended as well. So we're just basically adding enough wall on this side, and then here it should be exterior wall, and then here exterior wall, and then this one is the exterior wall number 2. And then here, as we remember, we have a different finish. So this one is concrete aggregate, and then what we're gonna do is we're going to split it this way so that we could have the same materials on all of this. So we're gonna split those ones later on, and then I just want to change the where this is located, and then I'm gonna trim this out and then put it back. I just want to fix where the joining wall is. Similar to this, we want the joining wall to be on the edge, so I'm gonna undo this. So now this is the bigger wall, so it's easier to do later on. Same thing that goes right here. Pull this one back first, and then change the location of the binding wall. Usually once you move it up and then pull it back, trim it first, and then now this is the because I want this one to have, so I'm just going to align this AL, and then this is the one that has that. So once we do it, we only think of the face right there. So might as well do it now. I'm going to edit this type before we forget. So CS on that, and then you need to select split face, select this face. Once you do, we need to create a line. So I'm gonna create a line from here all the way to there, and then click on finish. After that, click on paint, and then look for the same concrete, and then select that. So now it will be the same one as what we have before. At the same time, let's do it on this side as well. Split face this one, and then we need to create this line right here, and then click finish, and then click on the paint, same thing. So it looks like everything is the border wall, and then only this one is on top of it. This one got created on top of it, so that looks nicer. So now let's go to this side. We're probably going to pull this one lower than the others, so we might just add the top right here, or we could just leave it like this. So that's good enough. We're just going to add a roof right here, and then here we could have in like a deck that goes around, and then we have our swimming pool right here. So let's create the swimming pool first. So let's go to architecture. We create the wall first. So here, edit type, duplicate. This will be pool wall. Edit, and then here we could just change this one to around 50 thickness, and then here we could put something tile. So let's look for a tile. Ceramic tile will be good as well. Let's do ceramic tile, and then after that, let's click on rectangle. We want it to basically be on the ground first, and then click on wall. Pull wall is selected, and then we want the base to be, so top is ground, and then this one base is ground, and then top level is ground. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna change the base to negative 2000, and then let's create a rectangle. So I'm thinking of, we have a deck here going outside, and then the pool is somewhere right here. Don't worry, it's because of the view range, that's why we're not seeing it. But if we go to 3D, it's right there. It's just not showing because of the view range. But in order for us to see it, go to ground floor, and then change the view range, and then this one, the depth, unlimited, so it's visible like that. So now this is a big, I want to have a rectangular pool. We have some spacing around it, and then especially right here, we could just select tab, and then we could just move it around like that. And then the deck, I'm gonna place it all the way right there, and then I want to give some space, probably just to have a stairs here, a steps here. I'm gonna, let's maybe add it all the way there. We might make it smaller, this one, so that to accommodate the spacing here. I think it's too much for the depth, so here I'm going to edit this one first to, the width is probably 2200, and then let's move this one more on this side so that we still have some privacy on this area. Even though this is open, we still have privacy. And then here we could add in the deck, so it will be another flooring, wood material, and then steps to add. So now I think I'm ready to just leave it like that, and then we could add in a surrounding floor. I'm thinking of adding some grass as well on some portion, and then maybe this one should be a floor with grass, those kind of stuff, or so we could just look into that more. I just want to finish the swimming pool first. Let's add in a model in place. I'm using a model in place so that I could add the floor under there. So extrusion, and then I want not the concrete autocad, I want the same material, so tile, and it's ceramic tile. I'm gonna copy that, and then here I'm going to create something that looks like this, and then let's go to 3D to see how it looks. So click on finish, and then put this one all the way down. I'm going to set this one just too much, so AL, so AL, sorry, AL, click on that, and then click on the bottom, and we want to make it shorter, not too thick. I'm going to make this wireframe to see how it looks, so we could just pull it one down. I think that's good enough, and then we could put in some stairs or whatnot. And then after this, go back to ground, and then let's create another extrusion, same thing, but with water. Pull this one up, click apply, okay, and then add it on top, and then click finish. Look at it in 3D, and we could just pull this one down. There we go. Click on finish, and then let's change this back to hidden line, and we could see it in the ground, and in 3D how it looks. So now we have something that looks like that. And then we could just create the deck. So let's go to ground. Let's add in another floor. Edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 5. And then we have a 400 thickness. And then this one should be a wood material. So I'm gonna choose mahogany. Click apply, OK. And then I'm gonna copy this. Control A, Control C. And then here I'm going to add something that looks like this. And then click on finish. And let's look at it. So that looks like that. In terms of where it is, should be on actually level 1. So there we go. And then we're going to create something right here. I'm planning to add a stairs again, but I'm going to create it similar to this, a model in place. So here is what I'm going to base off. A model in place, generic model. And then here, I'm gonna click on extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this wall right here, and then click on rectangle, and then here change this to mahogany. And then we're just going to add the steps right now. We could just add it simply like that. Very simple. And we just need to add it in the middle. So this should be around 350. There we go. So that's roughly in the midpoint of that. And then click on finish. And let's look at it at 3D and then expand it a little bit more. And at the same time, we're going to have some railing right here to make it nice. And then right here, we could just go back to ground and then add the railing. Let's use this pipe. Let's duplicate this. Let's put piping number 2. And then let's add this one to level 1. So base should be level 1. And then add it right there. So even though we put it right there, it should be on that side. Click on finish. And obviously we could do much better work right here. Instead of this one, I want it squared. Real structure, circular, I don't want that. I want it squared. And then technique here is you could just copy and then Control A, Control V on those to make it faster for you. And then click apply. OK. And then here I want it to be squared as well. And then baluster, I don't want it right there. I want it squared as well, and then squared. So I want it to be consistent with all of them, and that looks like that. So I'm happy with that. The only thing that I forgot is to add the material, but we can add it later on. I'm not gonna be focusing too much on that. So at least we have some handrail there, and we have some steps. We could always just push this one all the way there so that there's no issue with that, but why not add a railing as well here? At the same time, we could add in floors. So select this, edit type, duplicate. I'm gonna duplicate one of the stairs, so one of the floors actually. I'm not gonna duplicate this one because I want to maintain the 200 on others, and I'm just going to select a different material, so probably concrete. I'm not the block pattern, but this one, something different. And then here I'm just going to go around here, and then let's pick this one right about there, and then just all around this area. And then let's trim and extend. And probably I'm gonna add this one as the same floor. So I'm just going to just leave it like that for now. And this one we just need to trim and extend on this one, and then trim and extend on here. Click on finish, don't attach, and I want, and then we forgot to create a opening there. So might as well just select a rectangle and then just add this one like that. Don't attach. And then here for the walls, I want my walls to have at least 25 top offset, so at least it's a little bit on top of there. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the backyard. We added the pool and all this stuff. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go to ground again, and I will add in the door. So I'm gonna select this door, CS, and I'm going to add the same door right here. And then let's go to insert, load family, and here we're going to go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range. We have the washer and dryer combo right here, so I'm gonna load that there, CM, and then here we could just add it right about here. So I'm gonna select this again because I don't want the label. So I'm just going to uncheck this, apply OK, and then align this exactly to the wall. and we want to make sure that this is also aligned right here. So we're good with this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to section as well, and I just want to edit the stairs that I created. I just want to see how it looks if I just manually do it here. I know I could move this one a bit more. I think it was perfect just like that. And then grab it again just a little bit. And then pull this one a little bit as well. And then click finish. And then if we check the ground again, or the 3D view, it will look nicer like this instead of the one earlier. Then what I'm gonna do is we're going to create a stairs as well right here, and we're gonna do the same idea. So I'm gonna select this and then edit, and I'm going to just make sure to know the material that I'm gonna use. And then here under section, what I'm gonna do as well is to pull all the walls, and let's just make it -1000. I think it's too much to have 2000. And then at the same time we have our water right here, and then we also have, if we go to our 3D, we also have this. So make sure to add that one as well, and then go back to section. We could see, I'm not sure if we could see that, but we could just pull this one up like so, and then we could align it again, AL, and align it right there. So it's much better, not too much. And then we're going to add a stairs, so model in place, and then we could just add a generic model, and then here we could extrude it from the wall right here. And then after that, make sure to change the material because we want to be consistent. And then we could just create a rectangle right here, roughly around the pool area right here. And we could just have something that looks like this, and we could just add some sort of stairs. I'm just eyeballing it at the moment. It's not, doesn't really need to be too accurate because it's not gonna be noticeable anyway. So something that looks like this, it's good enough. I just like the reflection of this one when we're in Twinmotion, and we can see that there's a stairs there. So that's what I'm hoping for. And then here we could just move this one right there. I think that's good enough. And for kids, usually there's something like that, a pad, and then all of this will be like usually it's slanted or deeper like this, but we're just gonna leave it like that. It's not something that it's going to be visible. And then we're gonna grab it here, and then if we're in 3D, you will see what it looks. So I'm just gonna click finish, and then like that it will look nice. And also, if you go to the part 1 of this series, in the description there's going to be 2 links. It will be the second link, and it will have the pull ladder. The first link is the default families from Revit, the one that I'm using all the time. So now here we're just gonna right click and then download this one. And then once you download it, you'll be able to just grab it. And then what I want to do is move it somewhere right here or on this side, but I think this is good enough because this is where the farthest is. So I believe that's the idea there, that they could go here and get off. So that's good. We have some space there. We can also add it right here if we want to, or we could just leave it like this, and then we could just align it manually right there. I'm happy with that, and we have some space to go around here. And then in addition, I'm going to just move this one down. I want to add some grass portion here, but before we put some grass, I want to add some pots. So we could just make this one, we could just leave this one probably. So I'm gonna edit this one and choose this big line, and then we could just trim this off. I think this is the right one to do, but at the same time I want this one right here, so basically like that. And then this will be trimmed off, so that's correct. And then click finish, don't attach, and then we're going to add another floor. Click on floor right here, and then edit, duplicate, and then we're going to add a grass portion right here. I think we already have a grass floor, but I'm just gonna add it again so that we're good. And then let's trim this part, and then trim this part. There we go. So we have something like that right here, a grass portion, and then we could just add an extrusion from this part, like just a decorative extrusion right here, and we could just add the grass portion there. We could have it going above. I think that's good enough because we have some space there. So here I'm going to create a generic model again, and then here we're going to create an extrusion. I want something right here, and then right here, and then here we could just make everything full. and then trim and extend. And then trim and extend TR on that. I'm going to align it here. I missed that part. And then we're basically creating a big pot here. So I'm going to offset this to probably 100. Not 100, so 50 only. I want it from the inside, so that's why I'm adding this. And then once we add it, we could just trim and extend everything. And then we're gonna set this to probably another concrete. Or a stone if we want to. So probably a stone. We could use rubble. And then click finish. And I want to go to 3D so that we could extrude it properly and see how much extrusion can we add. I think that's good enough. We have the lower end of our window, so this will be all part of a big pot. And then what we can do next is to just add in some stuff right here. So I'm planning to add in a small tree right here, and then some flowers and those kind of stuff. But before we do that, we need to add in like an earth material. So here, instead of rubble now, we could type in earth. We have something like that right here, and then click on finish. And then here we need to go back to 3D to extrude it, because we don't want it to be too accurate. We just want it to be somewhere flush, so that we could add grass and those kind of stuff. I think we could just click on finish, and we could just see how it looks, and it looks good. And then at the same time, I'm going to add a roof. So I'm going to go to level 1 and then add a roof for the second floor, but only on this part. So here I'm going to click on roof, make sure uncheck the define, and then because if this is checked, the define slope, you will have an angle roofed. So now I'm just going to use this pick line, and then obviously I forgot to duplicate and edit. So I'm gonna edit, duplicate. This will be roof number 1. Make it all caps. And then here we could edit the thickness to 200, and then here a material, asphalt. Shingles, and then click OK, and we could just click finish. And then after that, after we fix this, we could just add it to base level 2, and then before we go to ground or to 3D, we need to offset the base. So because this is 200, I want another 200, so around 300, negative 300, so that it's not flush. So I just want that, I want a small parapet on that. So let's just go back to level 1, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in a line, which we have right here. You just need to go to annotate, detail line, and add a detail line right there. I also, this is from 650 to 600, so just change this to 600. And then in order for us to add in another detail line, we need to change this to demolish. This will represent that we have a shelvings on top. So you can add those things. And then I couldn't find a rug, so I'm just gonna use detailed line and then CS on that because it's already placed there. And I just want to show that we can have a rug right here. I think it's good to have a rug. And then here we could just center line this and then center this as well, and that looks really good. And then we could just move this one a little bit at the top. And then let's add in like a light. So insert, load family, go back to desktop, not desktop, sorry. Go back to the main, and then we have lighting here, architecture, and then internal, and then we have some floor lamp right here. So I'm gonna use this one. It looks nicer, CM on that, and then we could add it on an angular. So if you see something that is circular, you can just space bar on that, and then you can select, and then you could just grab it from there, so that you don't need to waste your time rotating anything else. So at least this one is, you could fit it right here. We have an extra light right here. And also what we could do as well is to add a table on here. So load family, go to furniture, and then we have tables right here, and then night stand, and then CM on that. So we could just place it right about here. So that looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create all of this into the backyard. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to focus on is the kitchen. So here I'm gonna go to level 1, and the kitchen will be on this part. So what I'm gonna do is I want to have an L-shaped kitchen, or a U-shape if you think about it, because I want everything else to be like this, and then at the same time Once it's right here, an L shape, we could have something right here for the island. So just a kitchen island that extends right here on this side. And then we could have a breakfast nook here as well. So it will be a nice and something different, just like not like a linear kitchen. So to start off, I'm gonna go to architecture, click on component model in place, and then here generic model. Press OK, and then make sure you're in level 1. We're gonna create an extrusion. It doesn't ask me to set it because it's already on the work plane level 1. So immediately it will be on my level. So we don't need to adjust anything. So for this cabinet, I want it to be obviously like this. And the kitchen island, I want it somewhere right here. I'm thinking of, for the kitchen island, I want maybe the burner here, the cooktop burner, to be placed right here so that they could cook. And then there's some seating here, and we also have some seating right here. Maybe a circular two seats, table and chair right here. So here I could extend it more because we have enough space. And then we could just move all of this. Like I said, I want the separation right here. So maybe I'm just going to move this one somewhere here, not to cross this anymore. And then after that, obviously we need somewhere right here. I'm going to delete this, and we just need the base first to be created. So I'm just deleting all of this that we don't need. I want to set my depth to around 650. I think that's more than enough. 650 is more than enough. And we have enough room for everything else. What I'm thinking of is the fridge will be right here. So, or the fridge will be here actually on this side. So I'm probably going to give it some space right here. But even though we have this one looking like that. So trim and extend, and trim and extend on everything. I'm thinking of other ways to add the fridge. I think this is the place to add it instead. I think this is the best place to add it. So instead of adding it like that, I'm gonna trim and extend, and then I'm gonna build a case around the fridge. Obviously, if anything change, I'll probably going to extend this, but it will take time because we need to extend everything if we do that. But for now, let's just leave it like this. I think we could work around on this. So now here, I want the extrusion to go up to 875 actually, because on the 900, I want my 25 millimeter thickness. So that will be granite or whatever. So here, I'm gonna change this to wood. So let's add in a new wood that we could do. Let's use this one first. Gulam 24, click apply. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy this in case I need to add more. And then click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D. So that looks good. We have enough space to go right here. What I'm planning to do is I'm probably not going to add anything right here in terms of kick plate. I'm gonna put the kick plate in here on this side. So to do that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create and then click on void sweep and then choose the path. So pick path and then select both of this. So we're gonna work on the 3D now. And then after that, once you select the path, click on finish and then click on sweep again and then edit profile. Now you'll be able to manually create your profile right here. What I usually do is put 100 at the top and then we could put 50 and then click on finish and then finish again and then click cut and it will cut that geometry right there. So we have our kick plate ready, and then at the same time let's go back to level 1 and let's add in the top. So here I'm gonna click on extrusion and then I'm gonna set this one because I want it to be on top of this. So I'm gonna pick it, press OK, and then select the top. And then after that, I just want it to be 25 thickness because it's gonna extrude on that starting point. Now I'm just going to pick again. Obviously, I'm gonna pick all the sides, TR, trim and extend on those corners, and then change this to a different material. So the material that I'm gonna use there is a stone material to differentiate the case. So I'm gonna use stone, click apply and then OK, and then now click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D and that it will look like that. Now I could just extend this one manually and then we could add in the chair right here. So bar stool right here in front. So I'm just gonna double check again what we've done. On this part, we will extend this one as well. The reason that we're gonna extend that for sure is because we're going to add cabinet doors on this sides. So don't worry about that. We're gonna add that one for sure. And I'm thinking of adding something right here. Maybe I want to flush everything out. Or I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. So I'm just thinking of other ways to make it nice. If we do the waterfall effect, it will look nice as well. So why not? Yeah, let's just do that. I'm gonna create extrusion. I'm gonna set this one. I'm gonna pick a plane, which is this plane, and then I'm going to set everything similar, and then we could just do it like this. And then I'm going to align it on this side and then align it there, and I'm sure that it's aligned on the bottom. So now if we click finish, it will look like that, and then I'm going to align it onto this face. So now it looks flushed, it looks modern, because of that. And then we could add or create the um, cabinet doors. But before we do that, we need to add in, where we could add in the faucets or the sinks. So let's click on finish first, because we need to void those. So we need to add it first, and then we need to void it again. So let's go to insert, load family, go back to the main, and then you will need to look for plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have sinks right here. Just choose whatever sinks you want. I'm gonna choose this one. Click open, CM after that, and then let's place this on top of this. Obviously it's not on the proper elevation, so counter height elevation is, so it recognize, I believe it recognize it. So I think it's best way to add a section in order for us to see it better. So double click on that section, and as you can see, yes, it recognized the placement there, or the face, and it's exactly where we want it to be. I'm gonna move it right here. I'm gonna move it somewhere right here, because we're still going to add in our fridge right about here. So we'll probably need to add the fridge and then the casing, so that we know where to add the doors for the cabinets on the base. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna select this again, edit in place. The reason that we need to edit in place again on the specific one that we created before is because we are gonna void it. You can only do it on the void extrusion of that particular model in place, because if you keep on creating a model in place after a model in place, it will be very hard for you to void it, and it's not possible. So here I'm just going to do a void extrusion, and then we're going to create a void extrusion. I usually do this because I want to see the sides of this one, because if you just do it exactly on that, it will have that blinking effect, so stating that there is something there that is overlapped. So that's why you need to give it some space. After that, click on finish. You can go to your section and then extend it, and then extend it downwards. And then after that, you can go back to 3D. Once you do, click on cut geometry, and it will appear like that. So I just estimate the extrusion below, and then I just extrude it above a little bit more. Okay, so if you need, so basically that one is the void layout that I created. So you could even put it down if it's cutting into the sink, but from what I'm seeing on the 3D, it looks good. Everything is right there. So we're gonna finish here this one, and then we're gonna focus on the fridge so that we could finalize the doors. So let's go to insert, load family, and then here we need to go back to specialty equipment. It's under main, and then look for specialty equipment, and then go to domestic, mid-range, and then we could look for the fridge that we want. I'm going to use this one and then CM to add the fridge. So as you can see, French door, 2-door fridge looks really big. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it a little bit small. So I'm gonna edit type, duplicate, and then here I'm just gonna leave it like that. That's the name. I don't want to change it anymore. I don't want the label to be shown, so I'm going to uncheck that. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change, so I don't want any wall offset. And then here we have the width. I want it to be at least 650, and then the depth is around 700. Height, let's leave it like that, and we have something that looks like this. I think that's good enough size, and we could create a case for this. And then now we need to create a section so that we could see it on that side. So create a section, and then you can double click here. I know this is too small. So I think the best way is to, I'm gonna delete that and then go back to level 1. I think the best way is to just create a linear on this side. So L shape, but we still have something right here. So just do this. So select everything, move it. Move it somewhere right here. I think that's good enough. And then we could just move this one like that. I think we have enough space to go around here. And then here, what we could do is edit the boundary and then extend this one a little bit more. And then the error is because they noticed that. So Revit noticed something there, that there's an overlap. And then we could just trim it off like so. So that one is fixed in terms of overlapping, and then we could just extend this one a little bit more. CM on this. Let's see how it looks. We could just leave it like that for now. And then here, let's duplicate this again. Check. And then edit. So the depth, I'm going to do 750. The width, I'm going to do 800. Wall offset 0 and apply. And then here, I'm just going to align it onto the wall. AL. And I'm just going to use this one right here and pull it a little bit more. There we go. And let's go to 3D. Then we could just align it AL. There. And then let's go back to, I believe, this section. Double click on that. And we could just move it like that. And then now what we could do is create a model in place, or we could just select this, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this wall. So the issue with this is the section where the section, this one was not overlapping the wall. That's why the wall is not showing. So now probably sure that it will show. And then we could just select this one, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and then this one. Instead of the stone, let's use the wood. Type C, because I think it's called something wood that we already used. So wood, Gulam, so it's G, Gulam. There we go. Let's use this. And then we could just create a case. So I'm going to use a rectangle. You want to make sure that you leave 200 on the top for the floor. So 2800. And then here another rectangle. And then delete this, SL, and then TR. And then probably around 800 for the depth. And then let's look at it at 3D. And then we could just push it back a little bit. There we go. And then click on finish. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this. Let's now go to level 1 again. And then here, we already set up all of our sections. And we could just double click whenever we need. So now what I'm planning to do before we do the kitchen cabinet is to add the cooktop. So let's go to insert and then load family. And then here we need to go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range. Here we will find all the cooktops that we need. It ranges from electric to gas. So I'm gonna do the gas because it looks nicer with the grills and those kind of stuff. So I'm gonna click on open, and then let's place it by typing CM, and then we need to rotate it, and then rotate it by pressing spacebar. So I'm gonna put it right about in the middle, right there. So here I'm going to select that, edit type, and then I'm gonna unhide or hide the label, And in order for us to see the grill much better, you need to change it to fine. But it's up to you if you want to do that. Usually when you're in the plan view, you just put it in coarse so that everything is clean. It's because once you get into editing the walls and all of those, you will see there's different kinds of components inside the wall. So if it's a solid concrete wall, you will see the hatching and those kind of stuff. So let's go back to 3D, and if we see, we can see it right here. Make sure to just change it to fine. So here, that's good enough. I believe we need to flip it. I'm gonna flip it around. So I'm gonna do it on this side, and then after that, we need to add the hood, the range hood. But before we do that, I just want to double check the height where it is sitting. So it's sitting exactly at the 900, so I'm good with that. And then go back to level 1 and load family. And here we're going to go back, and we need to go to high end, as we will have the range hood, which is the one with the island, is what we need. So click on open, CM, and then here we have the vent. We could place it right here for now, and then we could do the elevation afterwards. I'm going to hide the show label by clicking here, and then I'm going to flip this around so that we can see this part. Double click, and then here we could just move it, MV to move, and then grab it from there. We want to make sure that we don't go past the 200 at the top, so roughly right here would be perfect. So I'm happy with this. And then now let's go back here. We could start actually adding all the cabinets from the floor. We can also add the seating first so that everything looks nice. I'm gonna add the seating, and then let's do the cabinet, base cabinet. So go back to the main, go to furniture, and then we have seating here, and let's look for the seating. This is usually what I use for our bar height or bar top, CM, to add, and then here let's add it right there. So copy command, and then we could just copy it and make sure multiple is checked so that we could just keep on copying. And then we're going to add 4, and we want to make sure the spacing is good, and I believe that's good enough. And then we could double click here on section 3, and then we could start adding the cabinet right here. Let's do architecture, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit in place here because this is part of this one. I'm gonna copy this, and then now I'm going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then select here. And then luckily enough, we have the same materials, so I don't need to worry about that. Select here, click on 5, or let's make it 10, and then click apply. So now we could just begin our modeling. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add this one in the middle. This will be my guide. I'm gonna select a rectangle, and then maybe we could just offset this one 10, and then we could just grab it from here, and then for this one we need to lower it a little bit. Don't forget to offset. Grab it from there, spacebar, and then we're going to select right here. We could mirror this so that we know that everything looks good. But now what we could do is minus this one, so add 5. So might as well just add 10 here so that it looks proper. And then now let's add the offset again right here, and then do the same thing. Spacebar to go to the inside, and then here as well, go to the inside. I could just make it big enough, and then we're going to have multiple drawers right here so that we could use this one. And then what we could do is we could add a drawer right here as well. So that's good enough. Click here, offset it to 10, and then right there. So SL, click on those ones so that we could trim this off. And then trim this as well. So now SL. So actually we could just trim this now, TR to trim it, because what we did is we did all of this all together. And then after that, just click on finish. So we've done our cabinet right there. What I'm gonna do is align it. So I'm gonna align it here so that it's flush from that part. So we're gonna do it on here. So let's go to section 1, I believe, and then we're gonna do the same thing. So we need to create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this plane. After that, we already set up the 10. We could do this first. Let's offset this to 10. So another way of doing what we did here, but I think this is faster because of the spacing issue earlier. It's really hard, so I'm gonna add something like that right there, and then we're going to offset this. We just need to align that, and then add another line, maybe right here, and then another line right here. What I'm just going to do is push this one back. This is just something for that corner, and then, or we could just delete this now. We don't need it. I'm going to have a drawer right here, and then multiple drawers right here, and then we could just space it out. And then now click on right here and then offset this one to 10, and then just do your offsetting. And then now type in SL. This is split element, and then split it on one side, in the middle. It's up to you. What I'm doing is I'm basically making my life easy because I just need to trim and extend this part, and then this one will be good enough. So I just need to do it on that sequence so that it's easier for me. I just need to click 2 instead of 4. And then here we could just click on this part, click on here, and over there. So now TR, trim and extend, all drawers. I just need to do that, do here, and click there. Clean it right here. For some reason, this one we need to split again, SL, TR, and we have that. So now I'm happy with this. We could just click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D first, and then we want to make sure to align it, AL, align it from the bottom. So we need to select this first and then this part. So that's flush right there. So I'm gonna go back to section 1, and I believe we did this as well. We need to add some sort of design right here as well. So what I'm gonna do is let's edit this in place again. I know this one same material, so I'm happy with that. I'm gonna click on extrusion again, and then it will ask me to pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane, and then after that we need to select rectangle, and then I want extrusion to be 10. Here I'm gonna offset this to probably 5 only. I just want to be consistent, so I'll do this first and then add an offset, probably of 10. We could just do that later on. Let's do this now. I'm going to put it in the middle right here, and then right there, and then make this one 15, and then this one 10, and then I'm going to align this one instead. I think we just need to align everything, and then at the same time do the offset. The only problem is on this part, it's too much. So I'm just going to align it, and then I'm gonna give it something like that. Offset this to 10, and then the only thing that we need to do is slice this part, and then TR. Okay, and then maybe we could just lower it down to have that effect. So click on finish and finish again, just to double check everything first. And then we're going to start adding the one at the top, so the top portion. So now let's go back to section 1, and we're going to create a model in place again, or we could just copy this one. We just need to edit this one as well, not copy it. And we're going to pick a plane. We're going to choose the wall. So because the wall is not showing here, what you need to do is we need to close this first. We need to expand the section so that it's all the way to the wall. So we could edit the wall, or not edit the wall, but add the wall to the placement. After that, let's go back here, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna choose the wall now. After choosing the wall, make sure everything, the materials is the same. Extrusion, we're gonna change the extrusion, but we could just create this one for now. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it from this one. So for here, we could just go all the way. I think this is good enough. And then the top portion is something small here. So click on finish, go to 3D, expand this to whatever you want. You can even go right here and expand it if it's visible, but I'm gonna roughly estimate this, so somewhere at least 1/3, 2/3 of this. I believe that's good enough. We could pull this one a little bit high, and then we could go back to our section, and then I believe we could just start now. Maybe I could just align it right here. So now let's do is create again, extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane, and then this is all the same, and let's do a big offset right here, space bar it so that to go inside. I'm planning now is to go all the way here so that everything lines up. So I'm gonna close this first. I'm gonna align it from this part, and then do it again. Create an extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, type 10, right there, and then we could just do this right here, and maybe another one going onto the other direction, creating that part. Now we need to create, so I want exactly in the middle right here. Maybe another one, and then let's mirror this so that it's the same. And then here we could just choose to copy this. So CO, copy, same thing until at the last. And then we could just manually change this. And then now offset this to 10. And then to think about this, I want the one at the top actually not to overlap. So what I'm gonna do is SL, split element, all of this we're gonna split right here, and all of that portion right there. And then right here as well. And on this side, on the right side. And then now let's trim and extend TR. So the problem is we need to split element this one as well in the middle. So you should add 3 spline on this one. I believe that's how it should be. I'm gonna do the bottom first. And then we could just delete this. And then after that, click on finish. And if there's a problem, it will let us know. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were still working on our kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to section 1. So meaning this is the section 1 that I'm referring to. You could just double click here. And I'm going to add a backsplash. So with that sense, I'm gonna select this, edit in place, and then create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select the wall because it's gonna be attaching on the wall. So basically the plane, when they ask you to select the plane, where are you going to add it? So you're basically telling Revit you're gonna place it on this plane, um, and then you're gonna attach it from there. So here I'm going to put it at 5, and then going to add something that is styled. I'm just gonna choose this style and then click on finish. At the same time, let's go back to level 1. I believe we're done. We could just add in some more details. What I'm gonna add a detail on is I want to add like a bar stool railing here. So, and then let's add the furniture right here. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's go to seating. Oh no, not seating, table, because we have this circular one that you could increase, and then it will increase the chair as well. So after that, CM, and we could just add it right about here. So we have this breakfast nook right here, and I believe it's good enough space to have. It's not overpowering, and we have enough space right there. So that's good enough to put it there. And then now I'm going to my 3D, and I want to just create a railing there, or a foot rail. So the way that I'm gonna do it is from level 1, and then here I'm just roughly going to estimate where it's gonna be, and then here I'm gonna model in place, generic model, and then I'm gonna create an extrusion. Let's see if I could just create a sweep. If I pick a path, but the thing is it's gonna attach there. So what I'm gonna do next, let's see if we could do that, or I'm just gonna sketch it out. So I'm gonna go right here, cancel it, model in place, generic model, sweep, sketch path. I'm gonna sketch the path. I'm gonna add it somewhere right here. Somewhere right there. And then after that, I'm gonna round it off. So fillet arc right there. That's 80. So I'm just gonna roughly do 80 as well here. And then let's increase it more. So I'm gonna move it a little bit at the edge right there. And then at the same time right here, I'm going to add it there. After that, click on finish. Let's see it in 3D. I want to increase it, so maybe I put it in section, put it up. I want to move it up I don't know if there's a constraint on this, but let's just create it first, and then after that, let's see if there's a constraint. Um, so here, edit profile right there again, and then I want it circular. Maybe 20 is good enough. Change the material. So here, let's add a metal material. And then click on finish. And then finish again. And as you can see, it created that. We can now go to section 3 and try to pull it up. So looks like it's getting pulled up. So I'm happy with that. So once we build it, we have it right there. I don't want I think it's too thick. So I'm just going to edit this one, edit profile, and I want to change I want to be at least 10 only, and then click finish. And as you can see, it looks good. Obviously the chair is really small, but it's not high enough, but obviously I'm gonna place a higher chair there, a proper bar stool. This is just a representation of that. And now I just want to double check, so I'm gonna select that level 1, that this is it. So as you can see, it's not attached, so I'm just planning on attaching it a little bit more forward. So I'm just estimating, and then now it looks good right there. Now we're gonna focus on the stairs. I believe we've done everything in the kitchen. I'm happy with what we have accomplished here. But now let's do more on the other things right here. I'm gonna focus on the stairs, and then let's add the stairs right now. So click on architecture, and then we have stairs right here. We're just gonna simply create a U-shaped stair. So right now we have all the default setup. So base level is level 1 to level 2. This riser, I want to divide this properly. So we're gonna do an even number. So roughly around 14. So 7 each. Just press OK, and then build your stairs. So it will let you know 7 riser created and 7 remaining. So click that, and then let's go back here and then click it again. Don't worry about the spacing. We're going to figure it out later on. So once you do, click on finish, and then select that again. We could just move it in place right now. Don't worry about that. And then edit the stairs again. We don't need the railing right here. This is basically the stringers. No need for the stringers. We just need the stringers on the middle. Click finish again. I always like to click finish because there's if you make a mistake, you can always go back, but I'm just used to dealing with this one. like that. And then now let's edit the stairs again, the whole stairs, and let's just change the size, so probably 800, and then this one is 800 as well. So really depending on, I want to change it right here. I think 800 is too much, probably 850 to just spread it out a little bit. Let's do 900 each. I believe that's good enough. We have a good spacing right here. Let's separate this. Just a little bit. Something like this. So that's good enough. And then after that, let's change this. I want, so just click on finish, save the project, select the stairs again, and then here, edit, we need to click this one right here, go to on this dot, we don't want any riser, and then we could set up the material right here, and then this one should be a wood material. You can choose whatever you want. Let's use this one. Click apply. And then let's look at it at 3D to make it more. So let's delete this railing right there. We don't need that. We don't need a stringer at the back. So now it's looking modern right now. We don't need this because we're going to use this stringer right here to be our railing. So I'm going to edit this. So actually no, not edit, just select this. We don't need the one at the back as well, so delete that. This is stringer at the right there, so I'm gonna delete that. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to glass. And then this one as well to glass. And then after that, we need to change the height of this. So here, this is the total depth is the one for the height. This is probably 25 only, and then here we could put it at 700. In terms of landing, same as run. Yeah, same as run. And then we need to remove this stringer. This stringer we don't need, but I'm just going to edit the stairs and remove it. Click on finish, and then like here it looks much better. I'm gonna change this to realistic just to show you how it looks. So this is glass and this is the wood material. We also need to select this, edit the middle support. It needs to have the value for the material. So this is another metal material. Metal trim, apply OK, apply OK. So that looks good. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to download the glass support. So basically I have it under part 1 description. It will be the second link, and then it's called glass support. Right click on that, download it. Once you download, you just need to drag and drop into those downloads, and then after that it will look like this. It's a face base, so it will stick into any face, so even here and also right here. So you just need to click on that. I know this is really big, but I'm gonna edit that one, and it can basically go anywhere you want it to be. There, even right here. So it's up to you if you're gonna add it. I'm just gonna add it right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a section. So I'm gonna create the section right here, or I'm just gonna move this section right here. I'm gonna double click, and then as you can see, we could just make this one like that, wireframe, and then we could connect each and every one of that right here. You can make it smaller, you can edit those, so it's up to you if you want to edit, but for me I like it this big. And then now I'm gonna grab this, copy on both, CO, and place it right there. I don't want this one to be slanted, so I'm gonna select that, edit. So I'm gonna make sure to check the run, and somewhere here nosing, I don't want default, I want maybe shape profile. No, not this one. It's somewhere right here into the run. In terms of landing, that's same right here. Just uncheck this, slanted, click apply, and then OK, and it will be the same as the others. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna flip it on the other side, because we have it right there now. And let's go to 3D. Usually I place 1 cm on this, but for some reason it's not getting attached. So another solution, if you have the same issue, is to create a reference plane. So let's create a reference plane, RP. So reference plane right there. So once you do create a reference plane, you'll be able to attach it, CS, and then flip it on the other side. Once it's right there, if we go to the section, you'll be able to see it and then add it at the same part now. Then copy, and then select all of those. So some detail that you can add to make it really nice. So now it's looking like that. And then if for some reason you want to edit this, change the materials or whatnot, you can also change the size if you want to. So here you can basically edit this one to make it smaller or bigger. So to show it, I could just change this first. So this is 20, I'm gonna put it at 10, and then click finish. And then here I'm going to edit extrusion. This is 40, that was 10, this will be 25. And then you could just load it again. You can save it if you want. I'm gonna press no because I want my original to be the same, but you could just override existing parameters and you could basically edit it. So things that you can do by yourself, but the default is the one that you have, a big one there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish up the kitchen, and as you can see, it looks nice. And also, we created the stairs and add the glass support for the stairs as an addition. And you'll be able to download that on the part 1 description. So now we're gonna continue working on this. I believe we're done at least here. I know we haven't done the carport yet and the gate, but we could go to the second floor, and from there we could add in the second floor um, walls, windows, and all those stuff. So now let's go to level 2 under your floor plan. We could just hide this for now. And as you can see, we have it overlay. It's at the default that you have it all overlay. If you cannot see the one below, you just need to go to underlay and then change this to 1, and then top is level 2, and then looking down. So now we're gonna start off by adding an exterior wall. I'm gonna select this wall because I know this is exterior wall right here, but once I type in CS, that's to create similar, I'll be able to add it instantly right here. So I'm gonna type in CS and I'm going to add it. We're gonna start off by adding D1 right here, going across. So we're just gonna copy the one below, going across D2, and then going down right here, just copy it. We need to go back actually. It should be only up to here, going across. So D3. So need to push this one back or front right here. So D3, and then here select that CS again, from D3 going above right here, and let's go to C3, and then going across right here, this will be C5, and then let's just trim this off because I overlapped that. CS again, going across, so this is basically the same layout right here, and then the one below right here. So basically just copying the perimeter, and then here we could just simply add and then close it off. I know it's not really good. It's basically you cannot follow along because everything is overlapping. You see everything below, but we actually need that so that we'll be able to add everything instantly. I'm gonna select this wall. I know this is an interior wall, CS on that, and then we're just going to add this wall right here. We're gonna go all the way down from D2 all the way to E2, and then E3, and then closing it off. So those are one of the washroom, and then we're gonna select this CS again, and then we're going to add a washroom right here as well, but and also enclosing the stairs right here. And then I'm just going to grab this one, this door, CS on this. I want to grab it now so that we can turn this off. So at least you'll be able to visualize what I'm trying to do. It's hard to have everything turned on. So as you can see, we have a wall right here. This is the interior, and then I close this off. We could add the door right here on this side, and then we could extend this now all the way right here. That's the corridor, and then select this one as well, CS, and then here we just need to add a wall in between right here, and then after you create the wall right there, we'll be able to add, so CS on this, and then add it in the middle. The reason that I'm doing that is so that we could expand this and add a door, two doors right here. So before I give you the dimension there, CS on this, I'm gonna add the door first. I want to make sure that this one fits. That's why I wanted to add it. But I just noticed I want to do some changes in this wall doors. 650 is for the washroom, but here I want at least 700 by 2000 on the others. So now I'm gonna give you this dimension. This is I'm gonna make it 2700. So we have enough space for the door and all those stuff. And then this one is 650 by 2000, and this one is 700 by 2000. So, and here, what we could do is change this because this is the masters. So we could make it at 800. So a little bit bigger. Most of the time, the standard is around 900, but you can always lower it down depending on the on your location's building code. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn the underlay again on. So I'm gonna put it to level 1 because I just want to grab all of this. So CS on this, I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna place it right here so that it's easy for me to just add. I think that's the only thing that I need to add from there. And then I'm going to put this one to none again. Um, all of this section, I could just hide it for now. We don't need it yet again. So hide element. And then here, we're gonna add in a washroom with 2 vanities. With 2 sink on the vanity. And then we're going to add obviously the shower. So let's go to insert and then load family and then go back here. And then here what we could do is we could choose to go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have a shower right here, and then just load this one, CM, and then we could just load this and then extend it. Before we extend this, what we could do is check the dimension. This is 1250, so we need to change 1250, maybe this one or the other one. So right here 1250, that's good enough. We need to move this one and move this one, so I'm happy with this. And then right here CS, this one is different, so we need to duplicate this to change the dimension. This is 1422, edit, duplicate, 1422. And to add more detail, let's go to annotation, detailed line, and then here we're going to use thin lines. And there we go. That looks good. Let's just center this a little bit and then give it some space. Okay, so I'm good with this. After, let's create our closet. So to do that, we could just, for this one, we could just expand this. I'm gonna use the same wall. So just expand this wall right here. And then here, CS on this, and then expand it. And then this one is around 775 from the midpoint of the walls. So that's good enough. And obviously we need to add in some detailed line. So I'm gonna go and add demolish line because that's the only one that I have that is a dash line. So add 2 on those. That will represent the rod. And then after this, let's load the door. So load family, go back to the main, and then click on door, residential, and then we have a sliding door right here. Sliding 2-panel wood, click open. I usually load everything because I don't know if we need the smaller one or a big one. So click 1, scroll down, hold on shift, click the bottom, press OK, and then CM. Actually, this is a door family, so it's a system family. So we can use CM. It will give us a different one. So here we could just search for the appropriate size for us, maybe 500 or maybe 1700 by 2000 is perfect size. And there we go. And then after that, let's add in the beds. So go to insert, load family, go back here, and then go to furniture, and then beds. I use this one, click open, CM, change this to queen first before adding, spacebar couple of times to change the orientation, and then we could add it right here and then right here as well. And then obviously we're not yet done. Let's load in, or I'm gonna check the underlay. Maybe we already have that table, side table. So go to underlay, change this to level 1, and yes, we have the nightstand right here, CS on that, and then just add it first right here, and then just remove this one afterwards. Press escape first, go to underlay, none, and then just continue adding this. We're going to add also a table lamp to make it nicer. There we go. Just align this, AL, align it right there. After that, load family again, go back. Let's go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then we have some table lamp. And let's use this one, CM. And here we're going to add this one for now. And then I'm just going to create a section and double click on that. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it on the top of this. So now that we aligned it, once we go back to level 2, if we select that CS again, we'll be able to place it in the same height as well. So it really maintains the parameter of the one that we copied from. So make sure to use CS all the time when you're placing multiple objects at the same kind, so that you don't need to edit any of the elevation from levels. Also, I remember that we need to pull the stairs window up. So here I'm just going to pull it up a little bit like this. And then the arrow is just indicating that there's a curtain wall right there. So just click on cut, select the window, and then the curtain wall. And then as you can see, we have that one right there. And then after that, what we could do is we could place the floor. So here I'm just going to delete this for now. I'm also going to unhide all of this because we don't need it anymore. And I just remember to rather delete it than to hide it. And then let's go to architecture, click on floor. This will be floor number 8. Maintain the 200 thickness, and then we're going to change it to a wood material. But because the floor and the ceiling will be the same, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it at gypsum wallboard, and then I'm going to place a paint material on top of it. But before we do that, I'm gonna select the pick line all around the perimeter except for the stairs. So here we're going to go around here and then trim and extend. So what I'm gonna do is trim and extend here, TR right here as well. I'm going to pick a line again right here, TR, and then we might even go around here. I believe we need to go right here, TR on this, and then click on finish. Here we need to fix this part, and then click on finish. Okay, let's look at it in 3D and see how it looks. So that's looking fine. So now what I'm gonna do to change the material right here is to click on paint, and then here we're going to set a wood material, plywood sheeting. I haven't used that yet, so I'm gonna use that. So now at least we have, for the ceiling it's white, and then here at the top it's the wood material. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna find all of this ones that has this right here, and then select attach on base, so it will remove it. So it's basically adjusting it so that it doesn't show. So now it looks good, nothing is like that anymore. You could just click on save, and we're gonna continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the walls, furniture, and floor for the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I'm just going to select the stairs again. The reason for that is I noticed it's too thin, so I'm just gonna make it thicker. So here I'm just going to select here and then change the thread thickness to around 200 is good enough. Press OK and then OK again. And as you can see, it's too much. Maybe just 100 is good enough. And I think that's good enough for 100. Now what I want to do is add the roof and then add all of the curtain wall as well. So now let's go to second floor, and then after that press escape, and then let's go to architecture and then click on roof, and then we have roof number 1. We could use that as well, and then select pick line, and then before we pick any lines we could change this to level 3. Click apply and then start our picking. We're going to pick from the inside, so you want to make sure to pick all the outside or inside the wall perimeter. And then obviously we need to trim and extend, so trim and extend on all corners. You want to make sure that you double check everything. If you miss one, Revit will let you know. So now I believe that's done, so we could click on finish, go back to 3D. We need to fix some stuff, so here we're going to select, so just hover your mouse cursor onto one of the exterior wall from the second floor and then click on tab. After that it will highlight everything, and then you will need to select again in your mouse, and then we need to pull it up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in top offset of 400, and it will create us our own parapet. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna select this. I wanna make sure to just trim this out. Probably if I trim this out, this will move, so I'm gonna pull this one there and then CS on this and just add that one. So I want to change it. So here I'm gonna change this to 0, and then I'm going to add one of this one right here and CS and connect this. There we go. So I just want this one without any of that extension there, so that's fine. And then now we could go to our second floor. So in our second floor we need to add in our curtain walls. So I'm gonna CS or just go to architecture, click on wall and choose curtain wall, and let's add curtain wall right here, and we want it to be from the inside, so you could just spacebar that. Another trick on doing this is you can set everything already What I'm trying to do here is I'm gonna set one first and then CS on that so that it will retain the height that it needs to be retaining. And then here I'm going to make this one a little bit high. I'm just extending this a little bit more, and then AL, align it right here, and then align it from within here. Now if we go to level 2, select that, CS, and then we need to add one right here. It will retain the height that we set that for. So now if we cut geometry, go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall and then the curtain wall. Those heights are the same as what we have here. So just a quick way of doing things. So at least you know what to do. I'm going to add somewhere right here. I'm probably going to extend this or just leave it like this. We could just, because we could add in some entertainment system here. So that's why I could extend it a little bit. And then we have something right here as well that we could move this to this. So in order for us to have a bigger space for our entertainment system, right here we could even move this onto this side, and then here we could move it one, and something like that. So it looks good, something different. And then we have more space on this side, and then we could have something like a storage right here on this side. And I like the way this one looks because we could basically have a nicer wall right here, so we could extend everything up. What we can also do is move this one right here. So there's a lot of things that we could do. As you can see, there's a lot of space here. So we could do it like this, or we could do it the other way around. So it doesn't matter basically. Okay, so now let's go back to 3D and see. I forgot to cut geometry on this one. So let's go modify, cut, click on the wall and then the curtain wall. And then here we could just move this one up a bit, because that's something that we're not gonna do. The reason that I have this one from the bottom is because I'm planning to add balcony on all of them. Probably here just a small one, but that's what I'm planning to do for this part. I feel like I need to move the bed on this side. The reason for that is because we have the laundry right here, so we could extend this one so that we could close this off or just extend this one, not worrying about the wall that we need to have, because we could still have the wall, so that's not an issue there. So we could just close this off so that we don't need to worry about this part, but at the same time, that's how it looks. Go back to level 2. I'm going to add the floor for this. So here, click on floor. I just want to double check. I think we could use floor number 8. And then we're going to add floors right here. So I'm gonna do it like that. Probably 1200. I'm still thinking on how I'm gonna make it look. So I'm going to just add it something like that. And then add those ones right here as well. Around 1200. That's good enough. And then right here as well. I'm giving some space right here. The reason for that is so that we could connect it from the wall, the railing. Click on finish, don't attach, and then it will just look like something like this. I like it because we could extend the boundary right here. There. Click on finish, don't attach, and then we probably going to edit some of this anyway. There. The next thing we're gonna do is I'm going to my south elevation, and from here I'm going to make some designs. So what I'm gonna do first is to for here I'm gonna make sure that this is like similar in distance and towards with the wall. I'm just changing it a little bit like that, and then now here I'm gonna click on model, in place, and generic model, press OK, and then press OK here. I'm gonna click on extrusion and then pick a plane, and then I'm gonna choose this plane right here. And with that, we could add in our designs. So right now I'm just gonna create the design that I want to. So I'm going to do this, probably 200 in thickness. So we need to create something like that, 200 right here, and then we could trim and extend. And the issue that I have here by creating the wall is that I cannot edit it instantly. So what I'm planning to do is to just overlap this for now, and the reason for that is I'm gonna delete the floor. I think it's gonna be better, so I'm gonna change this to 600, and for now I'm going to put this one as something wood material. So I'm gonna choose one of these materials right here, and I'm gonna copy that so that when we go around and create those designs, it will be consistent with others. And then go back here and delete all of this. I think it's easier for us to just create it using this. And as you can see, we can manipulate it instantly instead of creating the other one. And then here, if we go back to south elevation, I'm planning to extend this a little bit because I want to add the railing. So I just want everything to be like that. And then here we could have something as well. So I'm going to edit, pick this extrusion, pick this wall, and then after that we're going to add the same one. And then as you know, we could manipulate this one. So this one is good right there. Go back to south and then select this one and then offset it to 200 so that it's easier for everyone. We don't need to do the dimensions. So once you're done, you can see how it looks, how it attaches there. And then obviously we have something on this side. I believe it's better if we just make this one a little bit short on those and then edit. Then let's just edit this and select that. I think it's easier to just move this one right there and like that, and then make sure 200. You need to select this and then 200 so that that moves and not your model. This one you need to move this one right here and then change it 200 so that moves. We're good with that. And then I'm thinking of adding something at the back as well. What I'm planning to do is create the same thing onto our north elevation. So I believe it's easier for us to just to edit in place and then go to north and then create an extrusion, and then we choose this one and then select that. This will be similar to that with an exemption of this. And then after that, we need to do this 200 to be consistent. As you know, we have a different extrusion here. So I'm just checking how this one looks. Obviously, we're going to extend all of this to conform with our design, but something that looks like that, and we're gonna be consistent with the others. So I'm just looking at this one, and then we just need to delete this. I could just SL and then TR. There we go. And that's how easy it is. It's already extended a little bit. And then I just want to double check what design I should do on this side. Should it be going here? So a C as well, or just the whole thing? If it's the whole thing, um, I don't want to make it weird, but let's see. I'm gonna push this one a little bit more. I'm gonna give it some space. So go back to north, select this one, and then edit in place. And then pick a plane, which is this wall, and let's do that. Something different. And then 200. And then click finish. And then we could just push this one out if we want to. I think that's good enough. And then different design, different location. And then obviously we need to add our railings. So select architecture and then railing. And then here we have the pipes already, similar to what we did. So might as well use this as well. Before we do that, let's just escape here. I just want to set the distance already. So this one, it could be like that only. So I want to double check. 13. Okay. So just a little bit right here. Just a little bit more right here as well. And then this is too much. Pull it back a little bit. Now we're ready to just add railing. And then here, let's zoom here and just add a railing. We can also add just a glass railing. I think that's much better. I'm just going to discard this. I think that's much better. So I'm gonna use curtain wall instead, and then just add curtain wall right here, similar to that. And then we could just move it somewhere like that. I'm going to set the height so that everything is consistent, and then I could just there we go. And then we could just CS on the others. EL. So something like that. Now we could just CS, add somewhere right here, and then add somewhere here, and then go back something there. And then if we check it out, that looks really good. I'm not gonna do anything else on this. I believe that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we started modeling this, and now we're going to continue working on this, and I want to do some changes to our model. So for example, I don't want any more gate, so I'm going to remove this and then delete the split element right here. Probably going to add the border wall up to here, so I'm gonna undo this onto this side. So let's go to ground and undo this, and then push this one a little bit on the side, around maybe 2400 from here, and then just push it all the way to this, to the H grid line. Also, what I want to do is to remove this, so I'm gonna just remove this one and go back to ground level, and I want to extend this. So let's remove the curtain wall, and then here I'm just going to maximize this part right here, so CS, and I want to have at least 500, and then trim and extend here, and then trim and extend here, and we will have something that looks like this. Of course, we want it to be all the way down, so we need to put it up to base ground, base constraint ground, and we're going to do that on the top portion as well. So with that, because I want to at least showcase the staircase, and in that situation I want it to be more in depth. So here what we can do is to have the underlay up to level 2 or level 1, and then we could just move this back. We can CS and then add those things, and then we could just trim and extend this one or just pull it back. Whatever you can do like that. You can align this one so that everything looks good, and then trim here, so TR. And then here we need to, of course, check everything. I'm going to edit the roof as well, edit the footprint. We could use level 2 to just add all of this. So here we could TR, trim and extend here, and then trim and extend here, and then it will fix everything. Since we're in level 2, what we can do is we could check the adjoining here. So here I don't want this one to be the bigger part of the wall joint, so I'm gonna change it. So I'm going to click next, and I want it to be on this side, similar to this, because I want to lower it down. This is for the facade of the building. I want to lower it, so align it. Align it here as well, and then align it again. So this will be going down, and then I want to maybe push, I want this one to be covered, so that's why I want to add or edit this generic model right here. I also want on level 2 to be pushed all the way out. So basically this one needs to change. I'm gonna edit this. I'm just going to remove it remove this, and then we could just add this one later on. I want to push this one because as you can see it's so small, so I just want to add it a little bit, so maybe $1,500 to have a proper spacing. So as you can see, that looks good. And then we need to edit the floor here. So edit the floor, edit the boundary, go to level 2, and then you need to push this one all the way right here. And then of course we need to push down everything. So this one, the attachment, so that it hides there below. We need to push this one down, so negative 200, and then we have the space there later on that we could just manually do it. And I just want a nicer look. And then in this location, we're probably going to fix that later on, so that, or maybe we could fix it now, just to add that area right there, I believe here, so that it looks better. TR to trim and extend, and then trim and extend there. And as you can see, everything is filled. We don't need to worry about that anymore. And then as you can see, this one looks good as well. We could extend this now, this boundary right here. And then we could just add this pick line right here to all the way right here. Trim and extend, and then trim and extend there. So that one looks much better now. If we turn off the underlay, we have more space here. It's not cramped anymore. So that's why we need to do what we have to do, so that everything looks better. So at least the spacing is much better here. And then as you can see, everything looks, so we have a bigger room. And then of course we have the masters on this side. And then here, what we can do is we could extend this part as well. And actually, I'm just going to unjoin it. I think it's much better to unjoin, or just leave it like that for now. We could just change that later on. And then now that, because we have this now, we could edit the flooring on this. Pick right there, and then trim and extend. And then I want to align this one as well, so that everything is looking good. And then now the stairs, we can extend this now, and that looks much better. As you can see, looks much better now. And we just need to and we just need to add curtain wall. So curtain wall on this side, I want to maximize this. And then cut geometry. And then what we can do is maximize this all the way to the top. And then cut geometry again. And then what I want to do is to align them. Align it first at the top so that everything is in proper height, and then go back here and I want to extend it. I don't want any of those corners right there, and we need to at least link them all together. You can try to link them all together. We can flip it so that everything, there we go. And then we could just push this one back or down. Align it. There we go. And then let's look at the way it looks right now. And we just have this exterior wall right here that we need to figure it out. There we go. So now it looks much better. Everything is in the edge. There we go. And then this one we could just push it backwards again. And then we have this nice looking edge window that we're going to cover up, and then we could extend this a bit. We will have a cover at the top, so that's why I have to lower some down. So negative 200 or 200 at the top. And then let's maybe pull this one down as well. So let's just pull this down right here. So offset should be 200 only. And then we could add here, and let's create a model in place. Let's go to south elevation, model in place, and then let's choose generic model, and then we could select this. So set, pick a plane, and then select this wall right here. Click on extrusion, and then we need to change this to maybe one of the concrete. Let's choose this one, and let's create this right here. And then here we have $200 at the top, a bottom, and then $200 at the top. We could increase this all the way to the top, and then we could just delete this, and then SL TR like that. Click finish, and I want to see it because this is the one that we need. And then here, this face right here, I want to increase it because I want this one to be added there. I want to cover there. And then in terms here, we need to remove this. So actually, I'm going to put it back to the way it looks earlier, like this first. And then we just need to add another one on this side. So, because it's just the facade of the building, and we need to do it nicely. We could increase the height here and then fill it later on. There we go. So now let's go to level 2 and then create another extrusion. Set it and then pick a plane, and I want to set it on level 3. At the top here. Click finish. Look at it at 3D and then align it at the top. AL. There we go. So now it's the same idea as what we have earlier, but as you can see, everything is like that. And then here, let's finish that first, and we could enlarge this if we want to. We could pull it down as well so that it's level at the top. So I want to have that there, AL as well here. So now everything is level there. We could push this back a little bit, so AL to this. There we go. So everything is properly aligned. I'm going to increase this somewhere right here. That's good there. And then why not just increase this? Nobody's gonna see anyway, so L. There we go. So everything is looking good. And then let's change this part right here. I want to incorporate this part. So what I want to do is to just have a different look coming on this side, because I want to showcase this part right here. I want to remove this split face. So remove the paint as well, and remove this. So now it's good right there, and we could basically push this back and then add this side right here. That will increase that look there, and then we put the grass around. So edit this boundary, and then we could just increase this and then pick a line. Okay, so now we just need to trim and extend. And then there we go. So as you can see, that looks really good. And then we have this nice stairs right here. We could showcase it with a nice chandelier here, so it lights up. And maybe lastly, we need to add the curtain wall here. There. And then of course we need to lower it down. And then AL to align it properly to the same height. And then here I want to edit this. Edit boundary on that. Of course, we want this one to connect. Then here it's too high, so we need something right here as well. So we need that on this side as well, or we could just extend this and then add this one right here on this side. This one at the edge, and then we could just rotate that and increase. So we have the deck here that we could go to, and then we have this one right here that they could go down and up, and then we have this space right here. And then here, I want to fix this part. There we go. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to model. Now we're gonna continue modeling this, and I want to add in another additional information here. So basically, I want to actually have something that goes down. So we might push this a little bit, so a little bit more here on this side, but I want to have another similar like this, a facade going down. So let's go and go to our south elevation. We might just move this one going up, so that we could have a section. And then here, let's go add a model in place, generic model. And then here we could set it to this plane, to this wall basically. And then we need to add something that looks like this right here. Then align, and then here we could push it at 300, and I want to basically have it all the way here. So this way we could have a nicer look. I might push this a little bit more, so I'm gonna go back here and then just go to south elevation. Let's add in a shade so we know where it is and where it is going. So here I'm just adding a little bit of depth. Go to 3D, and then here just delete this, and then now we have something like this right here. Go to south elevation, push this one back, and then we have gypsum wallboard here. We're gonna add gypsum wallboard material here on this one. So edit, and this one should be gypsum wallboard. So now we have that. I'm gonna click finish, go right here and check how this one pans out, and then we're going to add, so we're gonna leave it like that, so south like that, and then we're going to pull this one down, so that's 200, and then at the back as well. Let's go to 3D to see it much better. Because this facade is just for this, so I'm gonna undo this part and only focus on this area. And then what I need to do as well is to lower this down a bit. So we're gonna see how this one looks. So I'm gonna move it all the way at the top here, and then this one as well here, and then on the other side. So that's there. I'm gonna fill this up. And I don't like the way that looks, so I'm going to make this part like this instead. And then I'll fill this up using level 3, and then model in place. Or you could just do is go right here, edit in place, go to level 3 and do an extrusion set. We're gonna pick this plane onto this top right here. And then clean up, and then delete this. And then pull it down like that. And then you want to make sure that everything is connected. Something like that. And then this one needs to be clad or gypsum wallboard. Push it and then align it at the top, or align this one right here. And then we have this connected right there. And I want to maybe lower it, this one, and then we could have this thickness right here, same thing. So we need to fill that up, go south, create an extrusion, and then just copy the leg here. Align it right there. Make sure this is gypsum wallboard as well. We could pull this one out. So go to finish it first, go to south elevation, and then we need to move this one. EL all the way right here. There we go. So now I like that this one is going right here, going all the way down. And then the way that we're gonna showcase that is we're going to add maybe a line here to show that this is illuminating, and then maybe on this side as well. But we need to add a curtain wall on this one. Same thing, just connect it there, connect it on this side. You can flip it and then just notch it in place. and I think that's good enough. And then I'll probably going, so for this part I'm going to have to do an extrusion, but avoid extrusion or void sweep. So here I'm going to edit, avoid sweep, pick path, and then I'm gonna select this path right here. Edit profile, and then I'm gonna do something right here, just a nudge. Make it 50, and then click finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry, and then finish. And then as you can see, a simple nudge there changed the look completely. I should add this part right here. Pick path, and then I'm gonna select this one as well. Select this path, and then it will be added. There we go. Cut geometry, and then there we go. And then on this part now, we have multiple faces. So what I want to do first is to maybe I'll just going to extend this now. So go to south elevation, and then edit in place, and then here an extrusion, pick or set it, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this one. And then here we just need to have this area right here set going down, and then trim and extend. There we go. This one should be gypsum wall board. Click finish, go to 3D, and then extrude it way past here. So basically we have this one, AL. So I'm going to align it up to here, and then we don't need this one anymore. We just need to push this one all the way, and then we're good. And then maybe similar to that, we could add the same thing here. So we could edit in place now, and then do a sweep void again. And then pick path. We're gonna use this path right here. Click finish. Pick path. Edit profile. And then here we could just add 50 by 50, and then click finish, and then finish. So a simple but very nice situation. So AL, I want to have BL here. AL. There we go. So everything is lining up. So what I want to do next is I want them to glow. So actually I'm going to fix this one as well. I don't want any openings on that part. Edit sweep, pick path, and then I'm just going to delete this. There we go. And then cut geometry. And then after that, what you need to do is to select each and every one in place, and then we need to go to modify and then pick the paint. So this will be luminaires, luminance, okay. So it will be glass white high luminance. We need to select the faces at the back in order for that to be selected. And then once we're in Twinmotion, we're basically going to be able to select neon, and then it will nicely illuminate. And then here, same thing. We're going to use paint, and then we need to select the face at the back. Want to make sure that everything is being selected, even on this side. So we're good with that. Next thing is we're going to add maybe maybe 3 on each. So let's go to level 1 first, and I'm planning to add 3 of them. Or maybe 2, just 2. This is 380, so 380 as well, and then I think that's good enough. Go to 3D and then modify, cut geometry, so it maintains everything. And then we just need to add mullion, all grid, and then add those right there. And then on level 2 we could add, we don't need to add, but on a different maybe a different one. So wall, curtain wall, like that, different shape, cut geometry, and then we could just pull it upwards like that. And then let's add a mullion as well, all grid, 50 by 65. So that's good there. I don't want to add any curtain grid and mullions on this side, but we're going to add it here. So now let's add a curtain grid. So I'm gonna use south elevation, curtain grid. Let's add it like that. Maybe 700 from the top, and then I'm going to add the door 800 there. There we go. So actually, that was actually this one right there. So we're going to add mullion, and then we're going to select this and change it to door, curtain wall, single glass. And like the other, we need to delete this down there, and we need to make sure that there's no offset, so 0 offset. And then we're going to change the orientation by going to the plan, and then we're going to flip it like this. And similar to others, make sure that there's no offset, because those offset are usually default, so you won't even notice that there's an offset for those. So by doing that, you are able to just change it, and then we're just gonna leave it like this for the others, and we're good with on this side. Over on this side though, inside we need to add a curtain wall on here. So we have a curtain wall there, but we need to edit the stairs so that we should know the same material that they're using. So that we could use that as well. But let's just do that later on. And then this one, we just need to pull it down and then add this one for our railing there. So that's good. I'm happy with the way this one looks and everything else. We have our space here. I'm probably going to extend this one a little bit, just a little bit, so that we have space for cars. I'm just going to edit this one, and then edit this part. And then that's more than enough space. And then here I'm going to align those walls right there. So I'm happy with this. So we're gonna continue on the next video. Thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the extrusions. Now we're gonna continue working on this by going to south elevation, and I want to lower this one down somewhere right here. And then if we can go to our 3D, we need to lower down the other parts. So here, I'm just going to put this one custom below ribbon, and then so that you can see, I just click on thin lines, and then AL, I want to copy this one right here. So I'm just lowering this down, and then for here I want to delete the ones right here, and then let's fix this. So we could go to our level 1, and then we're just going to fix this because we're going to change the way this is cut, or the wall joints. So here I'm going to click next, and then it's fixed. So now everything is aligned. The way this is now connected is by this, and then we can attach the curtain wall right there. And then here I just want to delete this and then extend this one a bit like that, and then go up. I just need to zoom in so that we could grab it and go all the way like that. So the height doesn't really matter, just swing it like this, and then at least we have a window here. And then here we just need to nudge this one in place so that everything is seen properly. So that's done right there. I'm going to edit this now. Edit extrusion. I want to add something here on this side as well. And then trim and extend right here, and then just delete this part, and then click finish. Click finish again. I want to see this south elevation, and then here I want to also edit this part. Edit extrusion. Actually just finish that one. I'm going to create another extrusion, set it, pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this wall right here. And then I just want to do the same thing and just add this part right here. Click finish, go to 3D, and then here we just need to align it. AL. There we go. So now everything is like that. Next thing I'm gonna do, click on finish, Go back to south elevation because I want this one to be all the way only up to this. Okay, so I'm going to put it up like that and then put this one up as well. There we go. So now it's looking like that. Maybe we could go over up to here so that everything is consistent. There we go. Everything is leveled, everything is like that. Because I want to add more trees or bushes right here to make it look nicer. Okay. We can extend this a bit. So if we go to ground, we can move this one a little bit more on this side. Let's make it at 2000 to extend that more, and then of course we're going to extend the steps. And then we could do is we could go all the way. Okay. And then go back to south. It's because I want to add more here. Okay. And then of course we need to check how this one is connected. If we could delete this, because we have a wall here, and then unfortunately we don't have the wall, another wall there. So I think it's better if we just extend this one all the way down like that. Okay, so this one, I want this to be a different material. So edit in place, select this one. If we can extend this one a little bit more. Okay, so now here I'm going to pull up more materials. Let's add in more of concrete. Okay, so let's apply this. Copy. And then anything that concerns this part should be concrete as well. So this is concrete C30. And then we're going to apply that as well on other. So this one, if we go back, so let's finish this first. And then here, I'm going to go to south. Before we edit, I want to have more space here. So if it's like that, let's just maximize this. And then I just want to delete this part right here. There we go. And then move this one so that it's consistent with other. and then I want to extend this part right here. There we go. And then move this one right here. If you look at it, that is looking good right there. I'm just going to edit. Okay, so this is concrete, a different kind of concrete, so that's fine. What I want here is I want a reveal vertical, if we could do this, but because this is different, so I'm going to make it it's a model in place. So what we need to do is avoid sweep right here. Pick path. I'm gonna select this path right here, but we have to be careful. We need to pick this path instead. Delete this and then click finish, and then on top we need to go right here and then click here, edit profile. So our thing is we need somewhere right here. Okay, so now we're gonna do some extrusion void onto this part right here. And then click finish, and then you can cut geometry so that you will see the look that we're trying to. So with that one, you can see that that makes a big difference in terms of look. And then I want concrete all around as well. So if we have this one as gray, I want everything else to be concrete. So because this is a wall, we need to paint it over and then concrete, and then we need to look for, okay, so we're just going to select the ones that we already have here. This one is the same thing as this, but now I'm gonna click done for now. I just want the opportunity to change some of this. So here I'm going to edit again because I forgot this part right here. This is same thing as here. I'm gonna do a paint. I'm gonna use this parking stripe just so I could determine the ones that I'm doing. So it's not the final material, but once we're in Twinmotion, I would see better. So here, I'm just selecting everything. We could put this one as, so I'm going to undo that and then put this one all around. Okay, I think we got everything. So now what I want is to get this part right here. Paint again, concrete. This was here, this one. So I just want this one to be the same thing right here. So this will be gray, this is concrete, and maybe another concrete right here. I'm going to lower this down. Actually, I don't need to lower this, but what I want is another extrusion, maybe similar to this. So edit, I want the same concrete right here. So this will be gray. Go to south elevation and create an extrusion, set it, pick a plane, and then set it to this wall right here. I just need to grab this wall right here. There we go. I think I was able to do that. And then here, an inner one like that, AL. And then we could align this one below, and then trim and extend, TR, and delete this. And then click finish. Go to 3D so that we could manually stretch it more. And then we could edit again this part and then change material. Apply this one right there. So we have this. So concrete to concrete, and then what we could do is we could have this one like that. I just want it to be different like this so that we could give it more. Also, we're going to edit the boundary right here, so I'm gonna go to ground. We can delete this now and then edit this boundary. I'm going to give it somewhere right here on the H grid, and then this one as well. Edit boundary up to the H grid, click finish, and then here, floor number 4, we're going to create another floor, architecture floor. Let's go to floor number 4, and then now we need to add more of this. Let's make sure to align it. AL. And then here we're going to create floor number 3 for the grass, and then align it. Click finish, and then I want this one to be all the way. Go to 3D, because what we're gonna do is we're going to edit this element right here, because we want it to go down. So negative 1400. Let's make it negative 1000 first, and then here negative 1000. Click here, negative 1000, and then here as well, negative 1000. And then we could go back here, pull this one all the way there, and then pull this one down. Do the same thing on the other side. Align it. And then pull it down like that. Align it. And then align it here as well. So now we have something that looks like this. And of course, we're going to add in our streets. So go to ground, click on floor, edit, duplicate, 11. This is going to be another concrete. Pull up anything that you haven't used yet. And then let's add those. I'm gonna do 25,000 for now. And then here, we're gonna offset this one to negative 1000. There we go. And then we're going to add grass on other parts right here. So click floor, and in Twinmotion we're going to add those. trim this one right here, and then right here, delete this, and then TR, trim and extend. Align this one, and then click finish. Don't attach, and then go right here on 3D, and then we could just offset this to -1000. Okay, and then we could just go ground floor again, and then create another floor, edit, duplicate, floor 12, this will be the sidewalk, edit, another concrete material, click apply, OK, and then OK. We could just make it as 100. Press OK, and then OK. And then here, we could just create this one right here with 2000. SL to slice it, TR to trim and extend, and then fillet arc, 1600, and do the same thing at the other side. I think 1500 is a lot better, so that's good. Click finish, go to 3D. We need to fix this one. It needs to be offset to -900, so it's going to be on top of it. Go to ground. We need to edit this, and let's just add something on the other side. There we go. So let's stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to do more extrusion and more design. We created the site, so the street, the sidewalks. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to extend actually this one. So go to ground, edit, and then here we're gonna move this one all the way until right here, and then click finish, go to 3D. Also, I'm going to add this one right here, so I'm gonna edit and go to ground because I want to add something right here on this side as well. Trim and extend, and then I'm gonna offset this one to 50. So I'm gonna do this and then offset to 50. And then trim and extend, TR. And then click finish. And then of course, we can do this one as well. Click on the inner wall and then go to 3D to see that this one is added as well. So go click finish, and then there we go. We have that one there. So we could add in a small tree right here and then some bushes right here as well. Let's go to south elevation. It's because I want to remove some of this one right here. I just don't want, I just don't like the look. So I'm just gonna make it simple. I'm gonna keep that. Actually, I'm just gonna delete all of this and then go back to architecture and click on curtain grid, one segment. I think this is good enough. And then go to mullion, all grid, and then add those grids right there. And then go to 3D. I want to give more profile right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a model in place, generic model, click OK. I'm gonna do a sweep, pick path, click here, here, and then here. Look for the intersection like this, where we're going to create our profile. And then here, what I'm gonna do is rectangle. I'm going to create a rectangle right there. I'm gonna give you the information later on. Give me a second. Here it's 5, and then this one is, let's make it 50. Make this one 5 as well. And then this is 5 as well, which is good. Trim and extend. Trim and extend. Delete the ones that are extra there. Trim and extend right here, and then fillet arc here. And then fillet arc right here. Here it's make it 80, and then this radius is make it 10, and then this radius is make it 5. And then I'm gonna copy this. So copy clipboard, so that we could do that on the other sides. We don't need to create the profile anymore. And then here, change the material to one of the concretes again. You need to choose the ones that we haven't used yet. 4550 concrete. And then now we're gonna do the same thing. Sweep, pick path, select here, here, and then here. Click finish, edit profile, go right here, click on paste, and then you can put it on the side first. Select everything and then move it MV to that corner right there. Click on tab until you have that selected. Click finish and then finish. This one 4550 concrete. Sorry, 4555. Let's double check. 4555 concrete. Okay. And let's just do it on the other side. Concrete, create, pick path, select it here, click finish, edit profile, paste it. We can mirror it and then delete this and then grab it from the insertion point right there and then put it here on the insertion point as well. Click finish, change this 4555. And then click finish and then finish. So we have all those details added. I also want to add another floor on this side. Don't attach. Go to 3D. Everything is looking good. And next we're gonna add in some lights. So here, I want you to go to part 1 description, or this description. It will be on the second link, all extra families. And then we're going to add in a face-based light. I just want to have the square. I believe this is the square. Download it. I'm gonna go to downloads or click here, square base, so that's perfect. And then here you just need to drag and drop. So spotlight, drag and drop to the location that you want to add. I'm gonna add it also right here, and then of course onto this here as well. And then let's go around. You want to add it onto this and the bottom here and the bottom here. Press escape and then go to the ceiling view, ceiling plan. So here, go to first one first. So we have all of this. I want it to be aligned, so So I'm gonna AL, align it right here. I'm gonna copy this, CO, every 1000, CO again. Make sure multiple is checked so that you just need to type in 1000, or just like me, you can just wing it. And then you could go to level 2, level 1. Let's add this one first. Copy 1000. Put this one right here. Copy 1000 and then 1000. Let's move this one in the center, and then this one as well in the center. So clean it up. Then go to level 2. Let's do it here first. Copy 1000, and then here center it as well. 1000 and then another 1000. And then here we need to add 1000, 1000, but we need to nudge this one to the location properly. I want this one, so this one is not showing up. That's because it's probably on level 3. I'm going to range base second, and then there we go. So somewhere here I couldn't add it, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add it first here. I'm not gonna add something here except for this part. I'm just gonna align it. AL. Copy 1000. Okay, and then here level 3, so you can see it's not something that you can unless you click here. So select underlay elements, you have to do that. Review this one. This one is, we just need to add it there. So copy 1000. I think 2 of them is good enough. Okay. Go back to 3D, and then here, as you can see, we need to change this one, this part right here. So we need 4050. Close it, click on paint, concrete 4050, and then just click this one, this part right here. So everything is nicely accounted for. So we have lights there, and then I want to make this one nicer. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna void sweep here. So pick path, here, edit profile, and I'm just going to add it here. There we go. I'm just going to edit that again because I want to create a copy so that we don't need to keep on doing that. Click on finish and then finish. You can click on cut geometry, so that's good. I want to finish here again because I want to extend this one. I want to extend. There you go. Now we could extend this part right here. I think that's good enough there. And then let's do the void sweep again. Pick that, click that, paste to clipboard, unfortunately I couldn't find it, so I'm just going to click that, edit, paste, there we go, move it, click finish, and then finish, and then lastly one more, void sweep, pick path, select this path, click finish, edit profile, move this one, click finish, finish, and then cut geometry. And then lastly what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on paint, type in luminaires, so this one, luminance actually, and then what you need to do is you need to click at the back there so that it will light up, because we're going to add a material that is neon that will light up in Twinmotion. Okay, so click on finish and we have something right here. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the side and then we added more of the extrusion and then some lights. And then now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do further. I want to add something right here in front. So I'm gonna edit this one and then I'm gonna do a void sweep. So So I'm gonna pick a path, and then I'll pick this path right here. And then from here, we're gonna create the profile. So select modify sweep, edit profile. And then from here, we're gonna do the same thing as what we did the other one, like this. Very simple extrusion. So I'm just going to do something like this. It doesn't need to be perfect, but I just want to have a reveal there, a streak of reveal there. I'm gonna copy this one. So this one can be around 45, and then the depth is, for some reason it's not showing the depth. So around 50 for the depth. And then after that, go finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry. So for that, at least you can see the look and the detail now, similar to what we have right here, but we're adding it on this side. So click on finish, and then now I'm gonna show you how to create sheets, because I believe we're done here. We could add in some details. So right now I'm gonna put in model text. We can add this one right here, and we could add it on this, maybe right here on this wall. Somewhere right here. So model text, I'm gonna add it here, and then we're gonna edit this, edit type, duplicate, house number, and then here we can do it as 150, and then we could change this to a metal material. We can duplicate aluminum, and then the depth around 25, and then the text, you have to click here. There's three dots there that you have to click, and then you could put in the number that you want, like 72 Bambi Street. There you go. We can make this one smaller, so let's edit this one, and then we can put this one 25 for the text height. There we go. So I think that's good enough right there. Let's see it in 3D. So I'm happy with that. We can also just put it on top of this, so we could have it focus on that. Okay, so now that we're done here, let's go to level 1, add in some details like room. So with this one, we could create a room separator. We could add this one right here, so that once we click on, or we click on room, we'll be able to separate them. So here we're gonna separate this one, so we could go to room separator. This will be our dining area, this will be our kitchen area. So you just need to put a line where this one is, so from wall to wall, and then this will be our living area or family room, and then you can have all this. So now you just need to click keep on adding. And then we have powder room here. And then you can even place just the one for the backyard. So backyard, this will be kitchen, dining, living, corridor, then we have powder room here. And then let's go to level 2. We're gonna do the same, but here we have all the rooms. And then walk-in closet, ensuite, actually we don't have ensuite here, and then another corridor here. This is our bedroom 1. Bedroom 2. This is our master bedroom. We have ensuite here, and then shared bathroom. And then once we go and add it to our sheet, you're gonna see that we need to scale it 1:50, and then the text or the room text will change in size. So if we're gonna do it anyway, we could change the scale now to 1:50, because I know once we're gonna add it onto their sheet, it will we need to change it because it's too small. So now to create sheet, go right here onto sheet, right click, new sheet, asymmetric, we're gonna use that. It's already loaded. If you need different ones, you need to go right here and then choose to load it. So I have this one. I'm gonna create 5 of them first. So I'm just gonna keep on doing that. It will go in sequence. So Revit will recognize the sequencing, and it will just keep on adding like that. So now you can do it here or do it to the sheet. So in the sheet, you can go right here, ACD, it's the owner, project is house, and then this one is cover sheet. So with this, it's already linked to other sheets. So here, you just need to change this one because it needs to be changed right here or here. So this one is first floor, and then you could do it also on this side. Second floor. This will be elevation. We can make section and call out afterwards. Elevation. So now we're gonna set up our cover sheet, but before we do that, we need to go to our ground, and then we made a mistake by adding so we're gonna use this one right here. We didn't make a mistake, it's just a different grounding for this one, so that's why. But this is our first floor. Now what we need to do is we need to go to ground and then create a camera view of our model. Make sure this is the view range of that, so make sure you have it like that. And then this is the one that we're going to use for rendering. So you can change this one to realistic if you want. Of course, the materials is just we're gonna substitute the materials in Twinmotion, so this is just for placement. So now what we're gonna do is we could go to view, render. We're gonna render this. Different settings will have different results, and then the quality. So draft is the basic. It's gonna be the fastest one, so we're gonna use that. But if you want it to be really realistic and everything, you need to make it best or custom. The higher it is, the longer it will take. So I'm gonna click on render. It will just be a couple of seconds, and then it will be done, and we'll be able to adjust exposure. You can either export this as JPEG or PNG, and even we can save it here. So once we save it to our project, we'll have a rendering line right here. So we could go adjust the exposure now. I wanted to make it brighter, so you can change those, change the settings, make it warmer, and then click apply. If you don't want all the changes that you did, you can reset it. I'm just gonna click OK and then save it to the project. I'm just gonna render 1, press OK. We have render 1 right here, and then we can also export it JPEG, bitmap, portable PNG, network graphics, or TIFF files. So those are the different kinds. So now let's go back to our cover sheet. We can drag and drop the renderings right here, and then double click on that, make it bigger, and then as you notice, we don't need this one. So click on here, no title. If you need the title, you can do that, but for me, I don't need it. It's just a cover sheet. Most of the time, you have the image and then more information here. Especially what we're gonna do next is we're going to add in some schedule, which is the sheet list. So here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do sheet number first, and then sheet name afterwards. Go to appearance. So let's add it first, what it looks like. Go back to cover sheet, and then go to schedule, and then drag the sheet list right here. Of course, it doesn't look nice yet. We should make it bigger. So what you can do is go back to sheet list, or go double click here, edit, appearance. I don't want blank row after this. I want it to be, so title, I want it to be 8, header, I want it to be 6, and then here I want it to be 4 for the body text. Click apply. All I'm gonna do is drawing list, and then if we go back to cover sheet, it will look like this. We can expand it a little bit more, so we have some space. And the best thing right here is it's automatic, so we don't need to do anything else. If we're gonna add another sheet, like for example right here, it will go in sequence again, and then it will be added to our cover sheet. And then once you do the change name, it will also change it. So section, and then we have callouts. Okay, so now cover sheet is done. Let's go to first floor. As you remember, we already changed the scale. So the only thing we need to do is drag and drop. Here we need to change the crop. So let's go back here. What I usually do is just check all of this, and then it will have this box visible, and then I'm gonna crop it right here. If you go over, don't worry about the grids, it will follow along. Okay, so now let's go to level 2, check all of those as well, and then crop it. there's a lot more space right here. So first floor, we have our drawing right here. We need to show the title, but the name is still level 1. I want to keep the level 1 right here, but change the name here. So what I do is I'll click on the view and then change the title on sheet only. Don't change the view name, because the view name will be changed also here. I don't want to change the name here. I only want to change the name right there. So what you do is first floor, select here and then click apply. It will create first floor now right here, but the name is still level 1 there. Second floor, you can drag and drop again, change the name here. Second floor, click here and then click apply. And then you can drag the title line right there and press escape. So everything is looking good right there. Go to elevation. You need to go to east. What I do first is go on the title or the sheet elevation and create a sample drop in. It looks like it's too small, so we need to scale it down. So here I'm gonna scale it down to 1:50, and then I'm gonna check all this one, extend, and then crop it. And then you can change the colors right here. You can turn this on. You can also change the graphic background to gradient, and then it will look nicer, right? So what's best is to change it first to all of them, graphic display, background, so that it's easier to just drag and drop, and then make sure to crop the area that you just want. And similar to grids, the levels, you can crop it and then it will follow along. Okay, so that's good. Change this one to 1:50. Check all of this, and then the background. And then crop it for sure. And then west elevation, select the view, crop it, change the scale, change this one to consistent, graphic display, background, and then gradient. And then drag it to be cropped. And then now we just need to go to the elevation. So go first elevation, sheet is 104, go to east and then north, and then go right here to south and then west. And then now we have section and callout. Let's go to level 1 first. We're going to add this section, so I'm gonna crop it right here. But not crop it, I'm gonna create a section right here. Select that section. So once we select the section, we could crop the view range only up to here, and then another section going right here, and then the view range of that, we need to crop it like that. So we have the section. Once we create a section, it will create a section right here. So same thing, 1:50. We want to make sure everything is showing, and then I'm gonna put in shadows so that we can see the depth. And then don't worry about this one. Once we add it on the sheet, all this information will be added, so nothing to do anymore. So let's add it, section 1 and then section 2, and then there you go. All the information on those are automatic as well. So as you can see, section 1, section 2. To create a call out, what you need to do is go to level 1, pick the room. For example, go to view. I'm gonna create a rectangle. I'm gonna do the living room. Next, I'm gonna do the stairs. Next, I'm gonna go to level 2 and I'm gonna do the bed and the ensuite for this one, or just the bed for that. And then here I'm gonna do bathroom. Okay, so now all of the callouts, the first callout that we did is living, so living room call out. The second one was the stairs, and then this one was master's bedroom call out, and then lastly was washroom call out. So you can put whatever name you want here, and then you just need to go to the sheet now. So go to call out sheet and then just drag it, and all of the information will be added, and even the section, if it's showing the section there, it will be added there. If you want to put in some room tags, double click here and then tag room, because all the information on the room is already there. You just need to tag them again. And then double click here, tag room. If you don't want the section to be shown here, what you can do is VG, visibility graphics, and then you could just uncheck the section here so that it doesn't if you have so many information that you want to add it, you don't want to show that anymore, you can do so as well. So here, even in the living room, I don't need all of those information anymore, so I'm going to hide the section here and only on this view, not section box but section. So go click on X, section right there. So it's individual to the view, so if you don't need it, just do the same thing that I did. So now that we're done, we could go and save our project, and then we could print it. So most of the time, once you're printing, just click here, choose your printer, and then combine. Make sure to select views, and then make sure to put it back to combine. And then I want it to be on I want it to be dropped on the desktop, and then here select, uncheck the views, select all. I want everything to be selected and save it, full set. So now I have a preset of full set. You can do different kinds. Like for example, you just want the 2 floors, you can create another one. In session, view, I want this one. So for example, change notice 1 or addendum 1 or those kind of stuff. So now I could just keep on clicking presets, and as you can see, it's a lot faster. So I'm gonna press OK and then OK, and then we just need to wait, and we're gonna see how it looks, and then we're gonna see everything that we've done on adding all those sheets. So here, save it to the desktop, and then let's double click. This is the first page, the cover sheet, first floor, second floor, both elevations. All of this are included. You can hide this one as well. Individual views, you can hide them. And then here we have the sections. I like turning on the shadows here because it will show the depth, and then the callouts that we created. And if you notice, all of this information are added as well. So here you can even move it on this side so that it's more visible. So depending on how you show your drawings, if you want it to be very visible, you can change it all around. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, I showed you how to create sheets. Now we're gonna go to Twinmotion. So open up your latest Twinmotion. And then here I have the Datasmith plugin that is downloadable in Twinmotion. So you want to make sure that you have this, and then I'm gonna click on export Datasmith file. I'm gonna save it to the location that I want to, so I'm just gonna leave it as this name and then save it. So once I save it, I have that file there located, and then I have my Twinmotion opened already. After that, I'm going to click on import and click right here, and then geometry, open it, and then go to the location where you save it. I save it right here, and then click this one right here. Click on open, and then click on import. So once you have all of those, you want to make sure that starting based, so we need to delete those ones so that it doesn't affect our drawing. So this one is our spear. Let's remove this. There we go. And then now here we could just drag it down because we have our own base right here, and we just need to have it down a bit so that everything is showing up here. So what we need to do first is to click on file, sign in to your Epic Games account. I already signed in. So after that, let's save it. Save as. I'm gonna go here, Twinmotion file, and then I'm gonna put in the name. So house. And then now what we can do is to go to click on ambient, camera, and then this is very important. Go to details, and then you want to make sure parallelism is checked. And then after that, we can go and change HDRI background. You can add in different kinds of HDRI. So here, go to outdoor, and then we have all of this. So depending on what you want, you can change this one, sky dome, and then we could do backdrop. And then the backdrop, we need to slide it down again. So to slide it down, actually, you need to go right here onto details, and then height offset to lower it down. And then the size to make it bigger, you need to make it like that. So this one, we could add this one, Sunset Fairway. We can also do Tea Garden, and we want to make sure to rotate. So let's rotate that. And then let's make it the size bigger. Okay, and then after that, now we could add in the grass. So we have the 3D grass now. Materials, 3D grass, and then this made our life easy, because as you can see, we can choose how good the grass are. So you can do straight grass, flat grass, different kinds. And then we could do that. We could scale it if you want. Fuzziness. So it's easy to change now, and then we could do the angles. So it really depends now. And then we can even enable color. So color variation to change it up, and hopefully so everything is changed because of that. So my plan is to have this one grade material. So let's do the glass first. Clear glass. I'm gonna do opacity and intensity down, and then I want it basic. And then the color to be like that. I'm gonna check it in my rendering how this one looks. I usually put it in 3D first, or so the low settings first. Okay, and then change it. So now let's put it on others, and then we could double check it later on. So this one's good. I'm gonna change the materials. So now let's go to different materials for this. I'm gonna do concrete material. For the yellow, I want it to be kind of rugged. And then here, I want it to be changed so wall covering, I want it to be matte gray. On this one. And then for this, I want it to say as like that. So the change is there. For the aluminum, Let's change the color to dark. Cancel that. Okay, so that's good right there. And then I want to create a sample view of how it looks. Do we need to change it a bit? Change the opacity. Okay, I'm just going to leave this here. This is too much. Maybe I'm gonna do standard instead and see how it looks. I think that's good enough for me. And then of course the light source there, I'm gonna change it up. So after this, looks like the gray here is too light. And then the other materials, the neon, is for this. There we go. We're gonna lower those ones, the light source and everything. I'm going to change the material right here for this. For the road, I'm gonna use this, scale it up. And then I'm gonna use the cobblestone right here, scale it up. Okay. I'm gonna use this one to change it up. And then here for the road, I'm just gonna use there we go. And then for this, and then here materials, tone. I'm gonna use this, scale it. And then here, I'm gonna put in the 3D grass as well. And it's a matter of adding trees that looks really good. And then I want a stone material on this side. Change the ambient, so the intensity okay. Let's add in some cars. I want a white one. Let's put in a blue. For this one, I want it to be changed to the same black. Aluminum. And then here, I'm gonna put in metal. I'll put in some chrome, but we'll change it to black. And then the metallicness, I'm gonna lower it. And then all of this lights, the light source, we need to lower down the intensity. So 10. Maybe 5 for this. And then let's check it again. Let's check this one. The glow. 10 as well for the glow. I want to see the vegetation that I'm going to add here. much. This is nice, so we could just add multiple of this. There we go. We can add it on this side as well. And then here, let's change in the water. Materials here, matte chrome. And then let's look for tile. There we go. And then another man-made material here. And then scale it. There we go. I'm going to pick this one right here. Looks like I need to undo some stuff because I mistakenly add this one, so I need to redo those. And then metal, matte chrome, and then water. Then let's just finish up here. There we go. I think that's good enough for this video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish our Revit model, and then we sent it to Twinmotion, and then we added all the materials, and then we started adding all the grass and vegetation, and then some cars. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is go to lights, and then let's add in the lights now. Very important, so that we could check how it looks, and we want to make sure that we're adding proper lighting, specifically when we're rendering. I put in my speed to 3. Click on tab so that it changed the variety of this one, of the widget. And then now here we need to change the lumens to 10 only, because it's going to be overpowering for Twinmotion rendering. So here because we know that is 1 meter, and then we need 3 more. After that, select all of them, and then we need to add them. So hold on shift and then add them again. So now it's directly on top of it, so that's perfect. Now we're gonna add another spotlight here. Same thing, change it to 10. And then every 1 meter, 2 of them. And then because we're already here, it's easier for us to just select this one, drop it down. Okay, let's add it. I don't know if it's 1 meter. Yeah, it's 1 meter, but the one at the back, it's not. So it's just assumptions now. And then select this one again. Hold on shift to add them. And then here we could go push it back and pull it upwards. Hold on shift, put it right here. So now we have lights all the way here. We could add in some lights, something right here, 10. So it's lighting up the name of there. And then we could just check how it looks now. So it's almost there. I'm gonna make this one a little bit darker. And then check it out again. So it looks much better. The lights are glowing, and then we could maneuver those ones afterwards. We might change the background later on, or we could change it now so that we know the look. So instead of tea garden, maybe sunset. And then we could rotate it, something like that, and then test. I want to look or zoom it a little bit. So I like the bounce of light right here. So it looks like this one, it's good. And then what I want to do is to add in vegetation. So more trees. I'm gonna add some pine trees. adding some randoms. And then here, sweet birch. I'm doing it individually so that I have more power in terms of what I'm adding. And then here you can also do this double, so it differs in size, so that's why this is just for the bounce of lights, so that's why I'm adding them, so that once it reflects on the window you'll be able to see it. And then what I want to do next is add in, I think, a bush again. You already added this. This one is too much. Maybe a small one. I'm gonna look for, maybe this one is good. This one is too much. Maybe this one is good enough. So I'm just going to add, I'm gonna put in number 3 speed. Number 4 is too much. There we go. And then I'm going to add in some lights, maybe a spotlight. I'm gonna change it to 4 now, and then flip it 180. I'm gonna change the temperature, and then 10. And then here as well, I'm gonna grab them and then change the temperature to around 3000 only. I think it's much better for the 3000. It is warmer to look at. And then here, I'm gonna change this intensity to probably 100, and then grab this one. Something like that. And do the 10 again. And then I'm gonna check it out. Looks much better. Here in HDRI, I'm gonna change the intensity. 36. Okay. Okay, so at least everything is much visible. And then maybe some much better. Everything is illuminating. This one should be 5 only. Glass are intense. Okay. And then we could go and change the environment. Let's do a season. And then here we can go and change the season of that. And then we could add in more detail, like dead leaves. Now, I'm going to actually stop the rain here. There we go. So that it's just after the rain finishes, so it looks much better. And then now that we're done with that, we could go to media, and then we could set up our rendering. But before that, we could click on the rendering, and then you want to do is path tracer that we're gonna do later, lumen for the lights, path tracer, make it high, but real time first. If we check now the way that this one looks, so it looks much better. I'm going to give some more intensity here. Maybe there we go. 0.80 is good enough. And then we could create an image. So actually, I think 0.16 is much better. Click on image, and then camera. I'm gonna do a focal length. Maybe I'm gonna age this one a little bit lower so that we can focus more. Can have one like this. And then a duplicate. And then here, this side. Adjust exposure. perfect right there. And then another one of this, copy. But change the environment. And refresh that. And then create a video. Let's quit media first. Seconds. Let's make it 7. And then create another one. Three seconds. Seconds on that. Going down. Six seconds. Seconds. Three seconds. Let's make it 3 seconds as well. And then going out now. Duplicate this. Rename it Shorts, and rename this one Show Reel. Change this one to 1000. This is 700. I want to see how this one looks. This is actually much better than the, I like it more with this. change the focal length. I think we're good. So now we just need to turn on all of this. We want to make sure that we're doing path tracer on all of them. And then save it. And we just need to export this one. And then we're done. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.